Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous. Soyez les bienvenus pour la table finale de l'un des tournois qu'on attendait plus, le WSOPC High Roller. Ils étaient 361 joueurs au départ, ils ne sont plus que 9. Il y aura 127 000 € promis au vainqueur et évidemment une bague de champion WSOPC. Au siège 1, on retrouvera tout d'abord Javier, l'Espagnol, qui a 12 600 000 jetons. Au siège 2, Tom Sec, le Français, avec 7,05 millions. Un autre représentant français, Daniel Torgman, au siège 3 avec 2,475 millions. Au siège 4, le chip leader, il est polonais, il s'appelle Grzegorz Kosieja avec 15 millions de jetons. Un autre représentant polonais au siège 5, Marcin Pugzilowski avec 12,8 millions de jetons. Au siège 6, Borja, l'Espagnol, avec 7 millions de jetons. Au siège 7, Samuel Bifarella avec 4 850 000 jetons. Au siège 8, Romain Lewis, le Team Pro Winamax, qui aura 14 950 000 jetons. Et enfin, au siège 9, J.A., le Français, qui aura 13 325 000. Ils reprendront au blind 150 300 000. Qui remportera cette bague WSOPC High Roller et les 127 000 € promis au vainqueur? Réponse dans quelques heures. Messieurs, shuffle up and deal.
Welcome everyone to this final table of the high roller here at Casino de Marrakech. We are down to 9 out of 361. Up top, serious amount of dirhams translating to 127,000 euros. My name is JJ Hazan and I'm very pleased to be joined in the box by George Sanford. Hi George.
Hello, hello, sir, and good afternoon. Ooh, there's a familiar face in seat 4. Oh, is there?
There is a bit. No, it's okay. It's all good.
Okay.
So we know half of this table from yesterday's day 2, and we will be meeting some new faces as well. One of whom is a massive chip leader, a Frenchman, Daniel Torgman. I don't know how to pronounce it. Torgman. And he is in seat 3. Big chip leader, very, very good record on Hendon Mob. Won a lot of PLO tournaments as well as serious cashes in Hold'em. So I think he will be the one to beat on this table, apart from the players that we were quite impressed with yesterday.
Yeah, and this player here in seat 4, Grzegorz.
I'm sorry, he's not in seat 3. Sorry, my bad.
Seat 4,
Seat
Poland,
4, yep.
Is Grzegorz. He's known as Mammoth the Great online. He runs quite a successful coaching side business where he's doing theory-based seminars with his students, and he has an affiliation with Poker Code there, as you can see, which is a very strong group of German and Austrian players.
Mm-hmm. Well, he doesn't know how to hit a flop. I mean, I'm sorry. Queen Jack on his 5, 6, 7 board. When our friend Tom, who doesn't show a lot, has top pair and a straight draw. Very, very good flop for Tom. How should he be playing this?
Yeah, it looks like Grzegorz has started with the lead here. Feels as though he's got the advantage with the 2 pairs, the straights and the sets, but unfortunately for him, Tom has got just about the best board you can find with 8s, the overpair and the open-ender, and only playing just under 3 stack to pot ratio. I feel that we're going to see a small raise from Tom here. You want to be protecting versus flush draws, straight draws, etc. And you're happy to get the money in here with this kind of hand on this kind of board.
I think we can assume he knows he's up against 2 overcards. Almost certainly he'd be pretty unlucky to be up against a set on this board. I think he's reaching for the raise. Looks like quite a chunky one. 1.3, something like that.
Yeah, maybe a little bit bigger than 1.3. He does want to force a lot of these. Oh, he does go for 1.3. Good spot.
George, you have to trust. Yeah, I literally saw his chips. I did nothing cleverer than that.
Okay.
But
You had the commentators read.
I think you could be right. Although the raise gets it through anyway. So
Well,
I
the
think
thing
any
is,
raise.
if Gregors has a hand like a 7 or flush draw, 10-8, 10-9, he's going to call a slightly larger raise there. So I think I'd be trying to get in enough where I can leave quite a comfortable turn-sized shove. I think shoving obviously is going to be a mistake on the flop. You're just going to free roll your opponent to calling with 2 pairs, sets, straights. So definitely a non-all-in size, just maybe a little bit of extra meat on the bone just to lock up that extra bit of value, because the way the hand is going to play down is he's going to be wanting to get the money in on the turn most of the time for maximum protection and value. And if he makes it too small there, it gets a bit awkward. You're leaving kind of 5 million into a pot of just under. So different ways of going about it, different schools of thought, but regardless, the result was he took down the pot there and got the backdoor flush draw and the 2 overcards to fold. So not a bad result.
In fact, I think I read that wrong. Daniel T, who was on our table yesterday, has 2.5 million. I've read it as 24 million. So my bad on that one. So in fact, Gregor is our chip leader by the look of it. It looks like he's got most of the chips as well. So first foray, he loses a small amount of his stack, but he still has a healthy 13.5. So from your knowledge of his abilities, both online and in the coaching arena, would you say he is our favourite with his chip stack?
He's a very solid player. I think he's going to show a really good understanding of ICM, which is obviously quite important. Navigating the pay jumps, not looking to tangle as much with larger stacks, not looking to, it's a very nitty-gritty kind of laddering type of game for these medium stacks, he being one of those. So, do I think he's the favorite to win the tournament with his stack? Probably not, but I'd say that he's definitely going to be prevalent in and be showcasing some strong aggressive poker. As we saw there with the Queen Jack, it's a very counterintuitive lead. You don't really have any board interaction there. You've just got 2 overs and the backdoor flush draw. So definitely showing that he's willing to find some creative plays and put his opponents in the tough spot. If his opponent Tom there had a hand like Ace 10 or Ace Jack, I mean, he probably would have folded. So there's certainly a lot of strong reasons for finding these plays. But when you're up against the stronger hand, obviously you can look a little bit silly.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Daniel's not going to be too happy having the chip leader right on his left. So Gregor and Javier must have been on the outside table, so they'll know a little bit about each other. They would have played together in the last couple of hours of yesterday. Just flat calling with a 7-6 suited. Borja, here we go. Pair of dames for the Spaniard. He will be upping
the
this
spot. He's
around about 1.5, I'm estimating, maybe more. No, he's
just
pushing.
Just going to jam it in. Yeah.
It's
Fair
interesting.
enough. With the queens, it's a strong hand. You want to make sure you do get called by the jacks and 10s and the ace queen pre-flop. So
and you don't want to risk
those
set of 5s or a flush or a straight. Yeah.
Exactly. If he goes too small here, he might get both players to call. And queens 3 ways, even though it's a super strong hand, he's probably going to be looking at 40 to 45% equity. Whereas if he takes it down, he picks up, almost 20% as an additional bonus. And yeah, just asking the question of his opponents there. If you feel that Gregor's hand on the button peeling is going to be somewhat weak, certainly unlikely to be trapping there. And the opener, can still have a lot of underpairs to the queens, and you know, some hands like ace king and ace queen that you're not massively happy to go up against, but you're going to be getting it in the head, so that's the main thing.
I think Marcin in seat 5, our Polish friend, has gone for the full Moroccan outfit. I think he was standing up earlier and has a, I don't know what they're called, but a kind of all-in-one costume, I guess. I don't know what it's called. There's probably a technical word for it, but he's blending in with the locals.
You think he's been out in the markets haggling?
I think he has. Well, he may not haggle. I don't know. I haggle everywhere. But then that's the Jewish heritage in me. If you're in Asian countries and they give you a price, let's just say $4, your immediate response is to go to about 25%. So you'll immediately go, no, $1, that's it, $1. And you end up paying about half of what they've originally asked for. And everyone's happy, they're making a bit. You've saved something from being ripped off. Everyone's got to make a living, but I do not like being ripped off kind of at any point. Doesn't matter who it is.
No, me neither. I spend a lot of time in Brazil with my Brazilian girlfriend, and when we go somewhere, she will do the talking just to make sure that they don't know that I'm a gringo, which is the word for a
I know
foreigner,
what a gringo
basically.
is.
Yeah,
you do look like a gringo, to be fair.
I do. Yeah, a little too white in colour, sort of milk bottle emanating out of me, and for them that's just a walking ATM, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yes, I had an amazing week in Rio for a key birthday. I partied for literally 6 days. Did not sleep much. Stayed in the Copacabana. It was wonderful. And
that's electric down there.
Happened to be single at the time, so it was fantastic.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
No wonder you didn't sleep for 6 days.
I did not sleep for 6 days, and my best mate was with me. It was his key birthday as well, so we just partied for a week. Up Lapa, dancing.
Yep.
Having cocktails out of weird wood flaps that get converted. Yeah, it was fabulous.
It's a big dancing culture, you know. When you go out in the UK, people are kind of sort of waiting by the side of the dance floor, sort of, drinking, drumming up the courage. In Brazil, people just go out sober and just, hands, arms, knees, shoulders are getting flung around. It's great fun.
Yeah, it's very impressive. My sister and her daughter have always been into salsa and merengue, so I kind of have experienced a lot of it when I was younger in terms of some of the dancing that is originally from Brazil and other countries. So Marcin, King 7 suited in the cutoff, gets a raise through. Not been too much action yet. People a little bit tentative. There are big pay jumps on this final table. Something like getting messages all over the place. I think it's 14,000 euros actually. We start with on 9th, and then there's jumps of 3, 4, 6, 9, 12, 18. It really starts to pile up towards that big 127,000.
Yeah, and it's interesting what you say about the sort of tentative feeling in the air. And I think when you bag up before a final table and have all night to kind of sleep on it and ponder your strategy, the nervousness, it's very human to allow that to build. When you go straight into a final table, you're running on adrenaline, and it's often late into the night and you've got a good idea on the players. I think it's easy to kind of overthink it in these situations, and that's why you do tend to see a naturally human response of people coming in and kind of feeling their way into the tournament again, just because of that overnight break.
It's also people are coming in cold again. It's a new day. It's a new day. It's a new table. You're not warmed up. You're not in the zone because you haven't played anything. Probably takes about a good 30 minutes to an hour to actually feel, on top of the game, and if things run against you, of course, you feel opposite. So here we've got an interesting J.A. who showed well yesterday, good instincts, makes a call with a very similar holding, low suited connectors to the ace, 3 spades hits the flop. So this may well go to the man in position, the initial raiser, which was Borja.
Yeah, very tricky board
the stare down. Very hard for J.A. to do anything on this board. Yeah, logically went to the aggressor there. Oh, hello. Bit of drumming lessons for the rest of the table. Looks like we're going to have our leaderboard very, very close up the top. You very rarely see this. 5 players within 5 big blinds of each other, and a couple just following in the peloton, and 2 in the danger zone, Samuel and Daniel. It's quite unusual. You usually see 1 or 2 players up top, so this could be, although the blinds are quite punishing, it could be kind of longer than we might have thought, this table, because I think people may win and lose hands, and that top 6 really could remain just moving around.
You tend to see a kind of game of 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other in these very tight 9-handed final tables. It's quite difficult to really find reasons to VPIP when, especially as you mentioned with Sam and Daniel there at the bottom of the pack, so short. A stack like Borja here with the middling stack, Queen 9 might have been a hand where 5-handed yesterday with 2 tables left. He might have gone for an open there, but now just not really needing to get involved, just waiting for the other players to potentially collide and tangle behind, and navigating it via the passive route just tends to be the favoured option.
Do you think players pre-plan their strategy on a final table? They'll certainly know the other players. They'll know the chip counts. Do they come along and go, right, I'm going to look at laddering here because, I'm 7th out of 9 in chips, and then take my chance if it comes? Or are they going, right, I'm going for the win. Whenever I've got an opening, I'm going for it? Or is it better just to,
I think
see
it's
how it
a lot
goes,
of
really?
some Hindermob research, some, asking other regular players if they've played with such and such, especially if you can't get a stone read on, one guy, maybe he doesn't have a Hindermob profile, maybe you don't know his online name, there's many ways to go about it. But I do think that overthinking and over-preparing can put you into a little bit more of a conservative mindset. I think you've just got to, amp yourself up in terms of, getting a little bit of exercise, going for a walk, getting some fresh air, and just kind of going about it that way, just trying to make yourself mentally as prepared as possible, rather than, overthinking or being like, oh, this guy's got 5 million on the mob, I'm petrified of him. I think it's better just to go in there fresh and kind of feel it out yourself. All of these players will have had a large amount of experience playing poker, and I think going in there with, kind of preconceived ideas can sometimes be a bit more of a hindrance than a help.
Yeah, I think that's very, very good advice for those coming to a final table. I like to do my research. I make sure I look at people's results. I mean, knowing, for instance, that Seat 4 has a very good Omaha record as well as Hold'em, gives me some very useful information that I think I can apply if and when needed. But it's so key to be nimble on your feet, to respond to what you get given, what comes up against you. And each hand is a brand new day. And if you have a bad beat, move on, next hand. If you win a pot, you're no better than you were the previous hand. Just to really stay on your feet, stay in the game, stay focused, observe everyone, observe everything. How much have they raised? Why is that different? Is he using position? What kind of player is that player? Even when you're not in a pot, make sure you're gathering as much information as you can, because then when you're up against that player, you're more armed, you're more ready to make better decisions. And poker is all about making the best decision you can at every single point in time, and staying focused, staying current in the moment is so important, especially I think on a final table where the jumps really do matter.
I agree. I think you touch on a very important point there. The word presence really sticks out, because that is one of the key skills for live poker. Obviously, these players don't have access to their phones on the final table, but whenever I go and sit down on a day one table and I see these regs in their hoodies and they're just buried on their phone, I'm thinking, this guy is not paying attention, so this guy is less likely to be finding counterintuitive aggression against me. He's just going to be waiting for good hands and biding his time. So, presence enables you to make those reads and to make those accurate assessments of, forming a profile of the players around you. So I think presence is something that you can really tap into before a final table, like I said, with some fresh air, with a little walk, and just a bit of time to...
We've got a hand brewing here, George. Sorry to cut you, but Gregor raised under the gun with ace-queen. And our short stack he only has 9 bigs, I think it is. Yep. He's got ace-king. It's going in. It can only be one way of playing this hand. Now, these two were on the same table, the outer table yesterday when we were down to 2. I've no idea what they've learnt about each other. But I think Gregor, with his chips, is going to find this quite hard to fold. It'll be interesting to see what he does. And we could see a very quick double up. Now, Daniel likes a queen jack. We learned that yesterday. And he only has 1.5 million. Even less. Wow. 4 big blinds. Making a very solid fold there for him. It would have been easy to get involved, I think. And Gregor will snap this once. Has he folded? No. He's called.
No, he's in for
sub 10 8.7 million in the pot. Nice, healthy pot. 20 plus big blinds. That may go Samuel's way. He is the player at risk. We discussed ace-queen yesterday, and it would be pretty unlucky for ace-king to lose to ace-queen in any circumstance.
Yeah, we can see only 1 out available. So very thin equity for Gregor's, with the 2 queens being folded pre-flop. 1 out would be a sick beat. The queen of spades required is the 9 of spades. So not a million miles away, but not close enough to get that first elimination, as Samuel, with a nice cheesy grin there to the rail, doubles up.
And he has got the old French scarf on, and we see him move up to the heady 22 blinds from the 9 he had before. And now Daniel T, who you have played with, is the danger zone under 4 big blinds. He's got 1 round. He was on the small blind. He's on the button now. So basically, he's got a round to get his chips in. Otherwise, they will all get consumed by the blinds, or most of them. And then everyone else is okay. 37 to 19 on going across 8 places is really quite a tight leaderboard. Look at that pool. That looks nice, doesn't it? Quite
looks very inviting for a little dip.
Yeah, I could do with a dip in that. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a little dip myself this morning.
Yes. Yeah, you're in.
Just to dust off the cobwebs.
I'll be in warmer climes in a week, where I will be dipping away.
Very nice too. So yeah, as you mentioned, Daniel in the danger zone, and this now with the stack distribution evening up from that double up, I think you're just going to see a lot of these medium stacks play extremely tight. Even hands like pocket nines, pocket eights from early position doesn't really justify any form of play. You know, ace jack offsuit under the gun. It's just going to be a fold, waiting for Daniel to get the chips in, and you don't want to be facing any 3-bets or any counter aggression from the slightly more dialed in larger stack players that are going to be absolutely feasting on you whenever you try and get yourself into the reckoning.
Samuel with the ace jack, having just won the last pot. Lines 200, 400. And it's an exact 2x raise to 800k. Let's see if that pattern repeats itself with other players. Actually, Daniel's on the small blind. I got that wrong. I thought he was on the button, but lost another single blind.
And Gregor's with the 6-5 suited, a great hand versus an early position open, because you know the boards that he hits are going to be his and his only for the most part.
Yep. And I think he's.
There we go. Look at that.
I don't want to preempt anything, but I think the 6-5 has just about hit this board. Lovely check. Looking for Samuel to hang himself. Oh, well played, Daniel.
True play there on this board.
Yeah. It's so not a board for ace jack.
Exactly. What are we achieving with the ace jack? Do we get a better hand to fold is the first question. The answer is no. Even ace queen is going to continue for one on this type of board. Are we going to get a pocket pair to fold? No. So yeah, I do like the check back. I think maybe a hand like ace 5 is a better bet. You could get a hand like ace 9 or ace 8 to fold, but ace jack,
probably going to put something in here, try and extract some value from this massive hand he's got, in the hope
I would imagine so
that Samuel calls a bet about for probably 500, 600 at the most. Just a nice small bet. Looks like he's going for a much bigger bet. That's interesting. Okay, I like this. It's a very different way of playing it. But he's going for a big bet, bluffy kind of. I think he's reasoned that there's no point in him betting small, because if Samuel hasn't got anything, he's not going to get called. So he might as well go for it. Go for a nice big over bet, which we haven't seen much of. Didn't see any of that yesterday. That's
yeah, this is what you're going to
strategy.
see from the ilk of player like Gregor's. He's what we call leveraging his 6x advantage, which is a very wordy way of saying that he's got trips and the opponent doesn't, really. The opponent doesn't even have pocket fours because he wouldn't open that pre-flop. So even a hand like queens or jacks, you know, without the diamond that may have checked back the flop, is in a really tough spot here. And Gregor's can have bluffs, you know, 7-5 suited, 8-7. He could even do this with a hand like 10-9, just completely pouncing on the ace highs in his opponent's range.
Yeah. Interesting that Samuel's taking quite so long to think about it. Does he really think he's playing a bluff? They've got similar stacks now. That was interesting. I think he really was considering whether Gregor was at it. and that his ace might be good, but found a way of...
Yeah, with such a large bet, Gregors is saying I've got a 6 or I've got some kind of bluff. So, you know, Ace-Jack isn't doing badly against the bluffs, but is obviously drawing dead versus the value. So it's definitely one that you want to consider, but for the most part there, you kind of just roll your eyes and end up folding. It's so difficult to face that bet and knowing that the bluffs are likely to continue on the river when Gregors has hands like pocket 2s, pocket 4s, and lots of combinations of hands with a 6 as well. Ace-6 suited, King-6 suited, 6-5 suited, 7-6 suited, 8-6 suited. There's just so many hands he can have. It's very tricky to find a call.
We've got JA with an AJ. Sounds odd going JA. Just doesn't quite work phonetically. So I think we might have to change his name to AJ. Anthony Joshua. A lot of similarities between this player and Anthony Joshua, obviously.
Yep, packing a punch.
What country is Gregor playing out of? Oh, he's Poland. So 2 Poles. Oh, we've gone full Star Wars with Marcin.
He's taking over the moniker of the Dark Lord with that get-up. It's a bit like Christoph Vogelsang, the high roller German player. He's always hiding behind a hood or a hoodie or something. You know, one of the Death Eaters of high-stakes poker. You know, just kind of sucking the energy out of the table.
Yeah, if it was white, it would take me back to my Ku Klux Klan days. Back in the south of America. Great days. Just in case anyone comments, that was a joke, people. Before we start getting all the messages in. We are delivering this in English, but there is also a French and a Spanish version concurrently being put out on YouTube. And you should have the ability, if you are a subscriber, you do need to subscribe, to chat in the chat box, and we will certainly be monitoring that and come back to you with any responses that we can. For now, we are still 9-handed. Ace-Jack seems to be the popular hand at the moment. This could be tricky for Daniel. It's a very playable hand, but he's dominated by Javier. Thing is, well, wanting to see a flop. Classic flip between the 2 overcards, suited cards, and the pair. We don't know that much about Javier. And the ace has hit. So Javier taking a lead on this board, 2 overcards to the 8. Gregor won't be too happy about carrying on this hand. Oh, cheeky check from Javier, inducing.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, he's either doing that or he's kind of realizing that ace-jack isn't a hand strong enough to go for 3 streets here, because Gregor's could still flat a hand like ace-queen. I think ace-king you'd always be hearing from pre-flop. But it's quite a nice designed play. Now you're able to fire a large bet on the turn and maybe even not going that large, although a second flush draw does appear.
I do like the check. It just makes it more likely you're going to get paid by the kind of hand Gregor has. You know, it's hard to be repping the ace now when you've checked and another ace has come on the turn. So I do like the check very much on the flop. People generally, I mean, Gregor's a very good player, but people generally see checking and not doing a c-bet as a weak play, just on average. So I did like this. We'll see if it works. He's bet about a third of the pot. Very, very focused, Gregor. If I was on the final table with him, I'd be doing my best to get him to smile. Just break through the focused, concentrated play. And he let it go.
Javier mulling over his options again with the Jack 10. Might be one that he chooses to raise, but likes to let it go, maybe allowing Daniel, the short stack, to do something behind. And Daniel's a bit thin on options right now, and Queen 6 is a brutal one to see.
Vamos, Daniel, tu mejor.
Interesting spot for Borgia here. We did see him 3-bet the 9s from the big blind in a spot where a lot of people would jam or just call, and he is going all in versus the button open for 25, just under big blinds. Brave take, definitely going to be ahead of the buttoning range, but when you get snapped there it is, and that's why you can just see that release of tension. He was thinking, what can I do here with the 7s? Don't really want to peel, facing c-bets out of position. Just have to take it. And, you know, with the page ups not being...
You run through all the options.
Yeah, with the page ups not
there
being
weren't many.
so significant. There really weren't, were there? You know, you just have to kind of you know, grab the gonads and run with it sometimes. And yeah, that's going to be the most rewarding line.
And even if your oppo's got ace-queen suited or ace-king and calls you, you are still ahead. You're unlucky if they have a big pair.
Absolutely right. So nice pick up for him there. Picks up 4 big blinds, and we'll be marching on. Onus still on Daniel with the short stack. Really needs to get something going here. This is getting, you know, tough. If he doesn't quite find anything to go for the next couple of hands, he's almost going to be forced in, as you see the rather wry smile slash smirk.
Bemoaning his luck. Marcin with a very similar hand to his last one. Back on the horse, my son. No, he decides to not to ride the horse. To be fair, he's not quite in position, so I like ace-3 suited. Samuel will probably get busy with the jack-10 suited. And he has Roman in the big blind, who we saw a lot of yesterday. Ran very well at one point, doubled up, made a big double up with, was it jacks against kings or jack, something like that?
Yeah, cutoff versus button. I think it was orally on the button that had the kings, and centre packing with the jack on the river. Turned a gutter.
Yeah. And he lost quite a few. Not a bad flop for the jack-10. Samuel, the original raiser.
Starts with a check here. Feels like his middle pair, again, isn't one that can go for multiple streets. Just looking to navigate to a turn.
That's a beautiful turn.
Romain. That's the best
straight flush draw. You literally, if you want any card apart from another jack, that's the one you want. Will he get paid?
Yeah, Romain has the bottom end of the gutter here. Let's see what the sizing is. He does have ace high. It could be good sometimes versus a hand like 10-7 or maybe king 5 could take a stab here. So I think for 500k, he may stick around for one more here with the ace high. He played it quite slow pre-flop. I'm surprised to see him not jam versus the limp there with the ace, blind versus blind, and the other short stack. It's going to be a very tough spot for Samuel to call off.
No raise. Yeah, I think he's kind of boxed himself in a bit here without making any kind of raise pre-flop. I think he just closed down. It's a very dangerous board. 2 flushes connected over cards to his 8 and nothing near his ace. So yeah, I think Roman will look for a better spot. Protect your soldiers. And he's done a healthy 14 million. So doesn't need to be too worried about losing small pots at this point.
No, absolutely not. As you can see, just with the presence of that short stack, it just completely shrivels up the rest of the play as everyone is tiptoeing around, you know, trying to make a strong hand, not betting any marginal holdings, taking turns. There's a lot more passivity in the air, and I think that's for good reason.
Well, he's got 3 hands to make his move. What we do know is that at least one player will be calling him. I did once come back in a bounty tournament, a Hold'em bounty tournament, when the ante was 100 and I think the blinds were 300, 600. And I had 3 green 25 chips. I didn't even have an ante. I had 75 chips, not even an ante, let alone a blind. and actually came back and won it. So miracles, literally, the opposite miracle, can happen.
Yeah, that's tough to do, especially in a bounty tournament, because people are hunting you the first 5 double ups or so.
Well, yeah, that. I mean, I think I went from 75 chips to 1,800 in one round and one hand, because I kept having good hands and queens or whatever, and getting called by nines and doubling up and doubling up. It was a hell of a roller coaster. And I think I arrived on the final table with 2/3 of the chips. It was a real journey. So I know another player that had a very similar story. So the lesson there is just don't give up. You know, you don't stick it in with Queen 9 for the heck of it. Just if you've got to wait, you've got to wait. What will be in terms of, you know, you've got to try and get the best value from the hand with such a small stack. Here we've got gut shot draw for JA. You can't see Roman's hand at the moment. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's beating Jack 7. There you go.
I think a shrewd observation.
Just playing the odds. Just playing the odds.
Yeah, it's tough to have a worse hand than Jack 7, maybe 5-3 or 5 deuce.
Yeah.
Nevertheless,
I couldn't think of many, so I go and Roman bets and takes it down. Very, very cagey at the moment, all round. We've not had big matchups. We might have had the 7s against Ace Jack suited, had there not been a shove by Borja. But tentative start to this final table of the high roller. And of course we've got the main event being played throughout this week. Day 2 will be Saturday and the final table will be on Sunday, and we will be with you for both of those days. Day 2 usually a very long day, and final tables like this one you just never know. 8-9. Considered not good enough. Yeah, he's going
to give himself one more hand now. Really only able to...
I think he's got 2.
Yeah, but you want to get it in before the big blind so that you can play for the ante if someone else puts the ante in, and then it gives you the chance to sort of treble up. So I think it's got to be the next hand, really. Almost any 2, and you can see the other guys, they're sort of like vultures around the table, just kind of trying to talk him into the elimination almost. Like, come on, pal, it's time to go. We need that pay jump over here.
Even the dealer's smiling. Javier with the big blind, King 4, maybe smelling weakness with the flat call by JA in the small blind. Might well see a raise here. And an immediate fold. I think good instincts there. He just felt it was a weak call. Read that and decided to make a play. Good play, good stuff. Come on then, Daniel. Let's have a playable hand. So there we see the 3.3 big blinds at the bottom of the leaderboard. Crucial double up needed in this hand, or at worst the next hand. And even then he'll still be under 10 big blinds. Very tight bunching in the middle.
How long do you think we're going to be playing for today, JJ? 4 or 5 hours?
Have you seen he's kept one chip back? I estimated before we started, based on the blinds yesterday, that it would be about 5 hours. That was my estimation. And I'm probably not going to change too much of that. Although we have not lost anyone yet, and it's very tight, you know, the blinds will have a big knock-on effect in the next 2 or 3 levels. So, yeah, I think about 5 hours. The last final table I did here at Marrakech, which I think was the Unibet one, I think that was 11 hours, which was a stretch. And there was a 3-hour period that was just like watching paint dry. Was not exciting for me, for the viewers, even for the players, to be honest. It was quite a struggle. And even with the 4-3 suited that Tom has, really has to call.
Yeah, it's just getting a price here. 2 big blinds into what would be 6, so doesn't need an awful lot of equity, and you can see he's got more than 33%. And a little bit behind as well.
You're never you're never worse than 60-40 in this kind of position. I like low-suited connected cards. Okay, he's not all in. That's why he kept the chip back. Something for everyone. 2 gut shots.
Yep, and the side cards are still live as well. So 4-3 or deuce.
Yeah.
Looking for a wheel card.
Daniel's agreeing with us. He's going, yeah, well, okay. So.
Not too bad.
The king
could easily have a
dominating
hand
at the moment.
3. Yep.
It's a low card. Just a low card. 2, 3 or 4. Anyone will do. And that is a double up. Sorely needed by Daniel.
And bad news for the rest of the table. You can see a couple of forced laughs from the opponents there, thinking this guy's hanging around a bit too long for our liking now. I'd hoped to have had him out of here by now and just lock up that first pay jump, maybe take the edge off a little bit, reduce the pressure. But nevertheless, we're still grinding on with 9 left.
Daniel already putting his newfound chips into the big blind and the ante. Gregor, he keeps getting good hands in very early positions. An interesting challenge. Pretty sure he will still raise. The blinds are up. 255 now. So min raised to 1 million by Gregor.
Looks like that's going to thin out the rest of the players, and Daniel, even with 8-6 on the short stack, I don't think he's going to be continuing here. He may. I would choose the suited variation. He's still got just under 5 bigs behind. He pays
I don't think
blind.
there's a lot of value in him calling there. I really do. Don't.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm with you. If he's got 10 million, he can have a look, but with that stack, he's still very, very much in trouble. He's only got 4.5 big blinds, so he had 2.5, wins it, doubles up, but the blinds go up, so he's in trouble again.
Maybe day 4 even. Anyway, in 3 people level is so uniform all the table. More easy.
Not all. I can assure you, not all.
He can play.
Gregor's staying out of the banter, not getting involved in any of the conversation. I mean, it isn't mesmerising banter, to be fair, but what is mesmerising is my namesake, JJ, a pair of jacks for Borgia. He'll just be raising this one, he won't be shoving at this point, got too much anyway. I think he'll do a 2.5x, something like 1.2, just over the min raise. Yep, just over 1.1. I've played a little game with myself on these finals, just trying to work out the amount certain players will raise by, just on patterns they've done, or the one I got wrong was Gregor's big bet on the turn when he's got the 6-5, but then that's a different play, really.
Yeah, that's more of a kind of theory-based sizing there from Gregor's. He still could be up against an overpair from time to time that might check back for deception / just to, you know, reduce the game to a 2-street game. But yeah, it's hard to figure out the post-flop sizings. The pre-flop a little easier to come by. But yeah, as you say, Borgia there likes to get chips in the middle, likes to seems like the sort of player that could be one to watch if he does get the chip lead. I think he could be quite dangerous. The Spanish players tend to have a lot of gusto in their game.
Yes, they do. Roman this time with the ace jack that seems to be passed around the table to every single player. Not suited this time though. Min raised to 1 million. Daniel considering, I think there is a theory that raises against small stacks very rarely contain a king. I don't know where that came from. It just rings a bell in my head. I don't know whether you've ever heard that, but it's like so your king, especially a suited king. Yeah, it may just be a load of rubbish that someone said, but Marsan may be considering a call here with King 10. And he is.
Yeah, he is covered, but the hand is good enough to complete, I think. Just about. It's kind of awkward, actually. I think he would have folded King 9 because it's a little too dominated by the opening range, but King 10 can still have a little bit more playability, a little closer. And look at this. This is trouble for Marcin here. He's going to lose at least one bet, you feel. And possibly more.
Top pair, top kicker. Backdoor clubs.
Romain, he's going to be
a pretty good flop for Romain.
Only really worried about a hand like Jack 10 or Pocket 5s, and there's so many other hands on this board that interact with it. You know, 9-8, Queen 9, King Queen. He could even flat a hand as strong as King Jack suited pre-flop. So plenty of value to seek here, and you could see he does go for slightly more than one big blind.
Third of the pot. I like that. It's a nicely weighted bet. I think we're seeing a raise. Oh no, he did have two 500s in his hand, but he didn't put it in. Oh.
Wow, the perfect card for Romain here to continue to seek the value from the 10x, and it's just such a wet board.
Oh, you think so? I like the check. I favour the check here. I want to get value on the end.
I think the flush draw will continue. The king queens, the queen nines will still continue. King 10, ace 10, 10 9, queen 10.
We'll find
I
out
think
if the
there's a
king
lot of
10
hands.
continues. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he will to the medium sizing here. So we've got 8 million behind. If he goes 2 million, he leaves 6 million into 8 million. So it's kind of an interesting inflection point. Is he going to size up now to sort of 2.5? That makes the river sizing a little bit more natural, or does he go with your kind of feeling, either going smaller to try and lock up the continue from hands like a 10 that are drawing dead, or even find a really tricky check?
I just love the check here if he can do it, because he really is saying that I don't like that card at all, and that's going to make Marcin feel much stronger about his king 10, even if he checks behind. We're not going to see it, but
I like
it's
the
not for my
idea with the ace of
entertainment.
clubs. Yeah,
Well,
but for the ace of clubs, you know, you block the main flush draw, and Marcin isn't going to be sticking around with. I don't think he's going to call a hand like 6-7 of clubs on the turn anyway to a reasonably sized bet. So you don't really need that much protection when you've got the ace. So if there were, you know, and then king queen could then improve to a straight where you river a boat. So there's lots of good things with specifically ace jack here. Because king queen
And you made
versus this kind of sizing.
exactly your prediction. Put 2 million in.
Yeah,
It is a good bet, and it actually creates almost as much doubt in Marcin's mind than checking might do, which may create alarm bells rather than. I just was trying to entertain myself, really. It's not about them.
nothing
Not
wrong
about
with that.
them.
We're in for a.
It's about me.
Wow, that is an elite fold. That is an
Yeah,
elite fold.
very,
with
very
the
good
pen
fold.
there. That is very, very impressive from Marcin. And again, you know, how many questions is he asking himself of the shorter stacks? I think you've got Tom there, you've got Daniel sat there, sort of lingering around 3 to 6 million. So it's just one of those ones where if Romain had a hand like, I don't know if he's opening Queen 8 or Queen 9 suited, possibly, but if he had a bluff there, you know, that's just such an effective bet sizing. If you do get the 10 to fold, he's basically folding most of his range on the turn. So very effective.
I think probably well played by both players there.
Yep, totally agree. Nice hand of poker from both. Romain a bit unlucky not to get the turn value, but
See?
Dominated.
For blackjack, it's fine. Double up.
Worst hand in poker shown to take that down on the big blind. Is the 7-2 game prevalent in some of the countries you've lived or played in? So you've lived in Slovakia, Brazil, and obviously played in and around those areas. Do people play the 7-2 game?
They do in the Squid game, which is kind of the new form of Hold'em. I don't really play Hold'em Cash all that much. I think it's not my best game, first and foremost. Secondly, I find it a bit boring. It's a bit of a grind. But the ways that they can juice it up when I've played Hold'em is introducing the 7 deuce game, the Squid game, you know, like leaving a nick game. So if you are the last to get a 1 VPIP or a winning a hand, then you pay a tax to the rest of the table. And I think these are quite creative ways to juice up 2-card. I like 7 deuce as well, because when people are putting 3, 4, 5 bets in pre-flop, you know, it's not just aces and kings anymore. It could be 7 deuce, and obviously then all of a sudden your jacks and tens are looking quite favourable. So it does ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, it's quite fun when I played it. I mean, like you, I virtually never play hold'em cash games. I'll tend to play dealer's choice or Omaha, and I don't play a lot of cash. I'm mainly a tournament player, mixed games, and Omaha is my bag. So I don't know. I like you. I think it's a weak game for me, and all the GTO charts and Hoodie Brigade. You know, I played a lot more hands than I have, despite my age and experience. And I've probably won more than them on paper, but I'm very aware how much more some of the young players coming through know than I do. And so choose your game. And we've got a nice little pot here. We've got top pair against second pair. Roman with the original raise. Is he going to be c-betting this? Looks like he is.
Yeah, 700. Nice small sizing here, just making life difficult for the 10x, the 6x, the hands that we've got crushed. Queen Jack, King Queen, 8-7, 9-8. Really hoping to get a call here and then unleash.
Nicely weighted.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, he's not going to like it now.
No, he's certainly not.
This will tell us a lot. I'm assuming Samuel's going to check and hope that Romain follows up, but it'd be interesting to see if he checks behind.
I'm going to throw a spanner in the works. I think he leads for 1.1 million here.
Samuel. Okay.
Yeah, I think the 10 is so good for him. And it's good for some hands like 8-7, 9-8, Queen Jack. Interact with Queen Jack and King Queen, especially interact with the 10x. I think he's going to go for the small lead here and then shove the river. And I think Roman
bow to your wisdom on this one. Although you did get the amount very wrong. 700k is a very small bet.
Absolutely tiny. That's a bit weird now.
Suspiciously small, I would say.
Yeah, I agree, because if you've got a gut shot, let's say you've got 9-8 of hearts, right? So like a gut shot with the backdoor flush draw on the flop, you face a small sizing. That definitely wants to potentially bluff here, but why would you choose such a small size? You don't get anything to fold. So yeah, I agree. Suspiciously small is a very accurate representation of what's going on. This is a little weird now, and now we've got 5 into 5.55. If he'd have led 1.2, he'd have been, you know, looking at a pot of over 6 million. It would have been easier to potentially get the money in. And now, river spade.
Dangerous turn. Dangerous. Yeah, we've got spades, we've got a straight. A lot of hands have been made. I'd like to see a bet here of about 1.5 million. Equally, I could see a shove. I mean, it sounds odd with 2 hands being made, but it doesn't make sense that Romain has made a hand on the river. Makes much more sense. He's got the ace. So I'd like to see a value bet, really. I think, but I could see an all in. No, 2.8. Very strong value bet. About 2/3 of the pot.
Yeah, hard to think of bluffs. I guess Queen Jack. could be one of those. But again, just that turn sizing would be alarm bells in my head there. When someone's comfortable enough to lead for such a small size on the 10.
Yeah, I literally, my spidey instincts would have been up there with that size bet. I'd have liked to see 1.2, 1.4 at that point. Which
yeah, it's basically begging for a call, isn't it? Which a bluff would not be.
No. Can Roman work this one out?
The real Chad move here would to move all in and represent ace 10 and aces, but I mean that is tough going to try and get a 10 to fold here. You could also represent a hand like king queen of spades, queen jack of spades, king jack of spades, but again we're talking you almost know your opponent has a 10 at this point. The small sizing, this kind of middling sizing on the river, some of his bluffs improved to a pair, the 9-8, the 9-7, 8-7 makes a straight. It's very tough to mull over your decision here.
I'm pretty sure he wants to fold, but he's trying to find reasons to call at the same time. I think he knows where he is, but that's a different thing from making that final decision.
Another excellent fold. We saw Marcin make one with king 10 on the jack 10 5 jack board. Now we see Romain get away from top pair here in a spot where it's just so hard for our opponent to be bluffing.
Yeah.
Let's make the shrewd play.
Well thought through, and that bet size just aligns to the very small turn bet. Just screamed that he had a 10. And here is our leaderboard. Very similar to the last few times. So Tom is just dropping down now into the danger zone. And Marcin, having lost a hand earlier, has dropped down from about 25 big blinds to 17. But still an awful lot of play to go on this final table. We've lost no one yet. Oh, we've lost one. Seat 9's gone for a comfort break. Ace 10 for Daniel. Finally getting some hands. And he does what he did before. It's a similar shove. We have an all-in with the 8s. Samuel all in with the 8s. Daniel calling with the ace-10. A classic flip here. Samuel and Daniel. Samuel having built up his stack, and Daniel having doubled up recently, but he is the player at risk with the ace-10. Queen, Queen 8, full house, a boat on the flop, and Daniel is drawing pretty well dead to this one. Wow, a 10 gives him a 10 is possible. And we lose Daniel in 9th place finally. We have lost the first player on this final table. And he will take home a very healthy 153,000 dirhams. Local money, obviously. I will translate that for you.
I think it's about 15k, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's 14. Yeah, 14,000 euros. So that is our first player out. Very healthy 14,000 euros from a 2,300 euro buy-in. And we are on a break.
fairly brisk as far as breaks go, but we are back with action from
with a
the
bang.
final table.
Not quite sure why. I think we had a little bit of a technical reset there. But we are down to 8 players now on this final table of the high roller. Tom, who is our silent killer, pair of 8s. Gregor, this will be interesting. How do you play King, Queen? Still got quite a few players behind him. I personally am not massively keen on it. Could 3-bet, could fold.
3-bet, could fold. Yeah, it's no peeling here. I like the fold. I think he's quite aware that Tom isn't going to be too out of line.
I think, and look at that, Marsan next to him is sitting with the ace-king. That's why you don't want to play hands like that too early. And he's shoving 8 million. Going to be a tricky spot for Tom when it comes back round. Very tricky. He's going to know he's in a flip at best. What to do? He seemed quite brave yesterday. I don't think he'll necessarily shy away from the call if he feels it's the right play. He has 4.7 million. It's
hard,
very
isn't
tricky
it, when
spot.
you've asked the question. He's asked the question. He's got from fairly early position here. If it was against the small blind or the big blind, I think he might be putting the chips over the line, as I believe he is the bottom stack right now.
Still trying to work it through. Think about what his best option is here. Do you think this kind of decision is about whether you are here to cash as much as you can, or whether you're here to win a tournament? Because I must admit, that is probably what I'm thinking at the moment in his spot.
Yeah, you're never really going to get great news. I don't think Marcin's going to be shoving a hand in like 7s here, so...
No. So
with
you know
that
you're
logic,
up against... Yeah.
Yeah.
Very calm, very collected, has shown that throughout yesterday. We had him on the table most of the day. And he does let it go in the end. Nice raise there by Marcin.
Lay down.
Yeah, very disciplined. It's very, very different making a move with the 8s rather than having to call off with the 8s. Really is at all levels. And Marcin picks up a useful couple of million there. This time, JA or AJ has the JJ. Up against Javier's ace-10. Small blind, big blind. This is interesting. He's just flat called the small blind. I think he's inducing. I don't know if you remember last time they were on the small and big blind. But Javier smelt weakness, and now JA is playing on that. Really like this.
Yeah, playing him slow. Last time he did induce a raise, as you say. This time he's hoping to gain the same outcome. Ace-10, an interesting situation here.
It's a raising hand,
and getting
heads
it
up
in.
on the blinds.
Yeah.
So
it certainly feels that way.
This could get quite big quite quickly. I think what's more interesting is if JA re-raises, I believe he's planning to do. I wonder then how Javier will respond, because that's the difficult bit with ace-10. Nothing wrong with him raising here. It makes sense from what he's seen before him and the passivity of JA. But I think he'll be facing a raise now.
Yeah, I think JA is going to go all in here.
Did he go all in? Yeah, I think he has already. Or did he get a count? I think that's an effective falling. Yeah, it is. And now the ace-10 is shriveling. Javier may feel he's been proverbially bent over the table and given a little smack. He's not going to feel good about his hand now. This has been very well played by JA.
Absolutely, 20 big blinds, happy to take down the raise and also happy to get called. So you're in a great spot if you're JA here. Javier, not so much. Now we're asking the question, is my opponent capable of limp jamming a worse ace here?
He's called. I think he's called.
Yeah.
We have a massive pot brewing, 22 million. Drawing to an ace.
Unavoidable.
Well, I don't know. I think it's a misstep. I think if you think through what happened and look back to the other hand when they were small and big blind, I think Javier should have smelt that. I did when I saw it. I saw the setup, but I think he really should have folded whatever the outcome. May get lucky on the river, but now he is in serious trouble with 3.5 million. And just to rub it in, 3 of a kind. But very well played, I think. Very well played.
Yeah, he played him like a kipper there, really. Obviously, he's got the best hand, but he got exactly the outcome he was hoping for. Javier, I can't blame him there with the ace-10. I think JA, he would have seen maybe some of the stream yesterday. A very capable player. He could have a hand like ace-5, ace-4, ace-8 there. He could even have a hand like Jack-10 suited from time to time, but on this occasion he had the goods, and look at that. Javier now 7.1 bigs, Tom 9.5, 2 players in the danger zone. We did just see Tom make a pretty disciplined laydown with the 8s, going for the min raise and not the shove. Let's see how this develops.
I am going to have to beg to differ on this one. We've agreed on most things so far, but I feel he should have seen felt what was going on there. It was very clear the way that JA re-raised there. It looked like a planned move, and he should have seen that, really. And then his ace-10, what's it beating? It's a planned check raise move. Well, sorry, call raise, but it's a planned move. And I think he should have seen that, and I don't like the call at all. In fact, I think I fold in the first 10 seconds. It's just, the whole thing smelled like he had a big hand. So,
yeah, I mean, you're touching into a kind of a game flow dynamic. You feel like from the last hand, maybe JA is going to be slightly more weighted to traps there. And when the trap is sprung, that's the big alarm bell that you're looking at, is it? Because you're looking to get a limp call with ace-10. Facing a jam is awkward, I have to say, because you are going to see a lot of hands like ace-king ace queen, ace jack,
You
if
are.
they didn't raise
Yep.
pre-flop themselves.
It's the very fact that he's played it like that that says, okay, I'm in trouble here. And he didn't need to call. He's risking 10 million out of 13. It was not a good spot to call, and it was not the right hand to call in my view. But that we can see this one differently. It's not a problem. Marsan now with the early raise, ace queen off suit, and does enough to take it down.
So Marcin out the way, Borja back in the mix with a big holding. Saw him get that brave shove through with the sevens, getting Marcin to fold ace deuce suited on the button. This time he's not really going to be too concerned with whatever develops here with a hand as strong as ace king.
Very strong raise. 1.1 million. Not so strong. I thought he put 2. So a fairly standard raise here at this point, just over the 2x. Seems to be very similar raise sizes coming round. So far no one with a hand to fight back, and looks like the pot is going his way. What do we think of the flat call in the hijack with the ace-8 suited? It's one of the first times any player has called.
Open limp, yeah. I'm quite surprised to see that. I'm not too familiar with limping ranges on final tables, especially from slightly later position. Sometimes it can make sense from early when you just got no information about the rest of the players.
Yeah.
Looks like Gregor has completed. This is maybe what he's trying to achieve here. He doesn't want to raise fold the hand versus a short stack, but he wants to force the blinds to continue, and he's got a decent hand multi-way. Interesting situation. Everyone with different parts of the board. Queen 10 hitting an overcard and a gut shot, ace 8 middle pair, and Gregor's is left with nothing but a backdoor flush draw. Yeah.
I'm going to say nothing. You're too nice, George. It's like, backdoor flush. Come on. Okay, now he's got
All right,
something.
how about an open ender?
Well, that's better than the backdoor flush in my book.
Certainly
I don't think
is.
he's going to bet it, but
he may. I think that JA is never checking back.
I think JA will probably bet. It will go check bet, I think. I'm not sure the value.
I quite like the bet from the
Gregor
7-5 here. I think
Okay.
something large, like 1.5 million, because you know that JA is going to have not really any strong hands now. His check back Jack 8 deuce. It's a board with a lot of draws, flush draw, straight draw interaction around the middle end. He goes smallish, interesting. And I think we're going to see both players call now versus this sizing. This is quite fascinating, this river decision that could be coming up here. Unless Martin has other ideas here. He's from the big blind. He can have hands like 8 deuce, 6 deuce, jack 6 that Gregor's doesn't have. So
yeah,
very much incentivized to consider a move here. Would Gregor's bet so small?
I think a move is a really good play here because both the other players have shown weakness in this.
Yeah,
I
this
think
small
it's a
sizing,
really nice
I
play.
know Gregor's is a better player than I, but I just don't see, you know, we're saying when we lead the turn here that we're representing a jack, right? I mean, that we're not really three ways stabbing out of position to 2 with a hand like a 6, you know, 6-5 or let's say 8-7.
We're probably saying we're stronger. We've got 8-6 or we've got jack 2 or, you know, we're waiting for someone else to bet. It's a lovely play. Really nice. Marsan showing his...
from Marsan, yeah.
Yeah, showing his poker nous, I think, on this one. Moving up very steadily and surely. Really good play.
And he just picked up on it straight away.
Yep, and really showing his prowess there. Very, very good hand of poker. You do not have to have the cards to win a pot. You need to have... I mean, certainly when I play Omaha against regular players, they know I love a low rundown. They know I like the 4, 5, 7, 8, that kind of hand, and then I will raise and I will call a raise with that hand. And whether I've got it or not, I can always represent it, especially with someone that knows me, because it's like they'll put me on it, and it's. But these players, of course, don't know each other very well. They're not regular players with each other. They're all from different countries, so the dynamic is different. But that's a beautiful play, that repping a big blind special. Here we got 9s though with Gregor. Is it shove or is it raise?
I think he's going to play a min raise here and try and induce a smaller pair or an ace-5 type holding to stick it in against him. I'm interested though.
Yeah.
So before this one.
Before this one, yeah.
Javier, really only one decision at this point with the 10s, just north of 5 big blinds. We saw a little bit of a kind of defensive play with Tom just min-raising the 8s. I wouldn't call it defensive, it's more he's unaware of what the rest of the table is going to do. But with 10s here, you really only have one option. Just going to be jamming.
Yeah, there's no choice. There's no nuance there at all. Straight jam with the 10s.
does get the job done there. Nice pickup for the short stack. And yeah, not what you want to see as a fellow short or medium stack when someone's getting shoved through and kind of getting back into the game. 2.5 bigs there for his 5 is he's going to at least pay the next round and give him the opportunity to contend if he can parlay that into another steal or even a double up. Then you know those chips are very well earned for that purpose.
Yeah, having made that, in my book, error with the ace 10 call, he's having to claw his way back. Lines are up to 300, 600. There's already 1.5 million in the pot. Start to put pressure on these players.
So Borja not opening the Queen 8 there. That could have been one where he elected to get involved. Maybe giving a little bit of respect to the players on his left. I think Queen 8 on the button is good enough, but he does have Romain Lewis in the big blind. Obviously the Winamax Pro, very well known around this circuit and battlefield. It's going to be maybe someone that some of the other players that have done their research, as we mentioned earlier, are going to be a little bit tentative against, just because of his outstanding resume and of course presence and general reputation at the table.
And the fact that he can do magic tricks because he's French Harry Potter. Very important element.
He definitely does have more of a look about him like that today.
He does.
And he says Avada Kedavra with the raise with 8-3. Look at this.
He's got game.
He certainly does. Whether or not it's
8-3
the right timing
8.
remains to be seen.
This is really
Samuel, I
interesting.
think, is going to be all in.
He is. What a great play by Samuel. I mean, you know, he doesn't know he's up against.
Yeah, this is...
He's really moved up a level, Daniel, Samuel. He had that big double up early on, and he has just... He's pretty well won every other pot he's been involved in. And he hasn't been involved in loads.
Yeah, he's been locked in. I like the limp jam there. I like the opportunity to give the player in the big blind that is going to have a whole load of rubbish the opportunity to raise. I don't like the 8-3 as a choice of final table raise. This is a hand that theory, you know, earlier in tournaments likes to raise. But when you're in an ICM situation, you've got to be aware of the fact that people are trapping a little bit more often in the small blind because they want to play limp jam. They want to get the chips in. They want to be first one over the line. Whereas if they raise, you call, it becomes a lot more dicey out of position. So instead of 8-3, it could be a hand like King Deuce or Queen 5, something that blocks strong holdings like Kings, Queens, Ace Queen, Ace King. So the 8-3 there, the problem is when you have an 8 and a 3, you're blocking hands that might limp fold, hands like King 3, hands like 7-8 offsuit. You know, these are hands that we're going to get out the way versus the raise. So having interaction with those, maybe not the best idea, but he's a better player than I, so he's going to have his own reasons, I'm sure, and he will be adapting and, you know, evolving from that slight misstep.
So you're admitting it's a misstep. Thank you, George.
Yeah, there was a load of opinionated hogwash before I actually got mine over the line there, so apologies for that.
That's okay. I was, you know, I'll let you go. I'll let it live.
I just think the way that you were talking about or alluding to the dynamic of the table. We've not seen an awful lot of 3-bets non-all-in, which is usually quite common in ICM. You usually see raises getting attacked by these 2 to 2.2x 3-bet sizings.
Yeah.
Here we're not seeing that. We're just seeing lots of all-ins. It is a bit shallower, and that means that, you know, when you're in the small blind, you want to be limping a little bit more often. And so we're just a couple of players coming undone here with the limp strategy.
Roman probably going to be back in with the Queen 10. He's not going to miss a raise with this kind of hand. He has lost half of his stack. He was up to 20, I think, at one point, and is down to 11. Oh no, I may be wrong. I think it was JA that was up to 20 and he's 6. My bad. Oh, hello. No mucking about. Javier, take this. All in ski. His instincts do seem pretty good on when he's down to the key decision making, especially heads up. Quite impressed by this player.
Gregors, after getting the shove with the 9s through, very happy to get back into the thick of it with the upgrade to pocket jacks now from under the gun. Looking for some action, but again, not too much with a hand like this. You know, you don't want to see it go 3-bet and then a cold 4-bet jam. You're very happy to play heads up. But these final tables with these very bunched together stacks make life very interesting as we see JA mulling over his decision now. We can't quite see his holding as Romain has folded, of course, the 5-3 offsuit. But JA on the button here looks interested, and I don't think he's the type of player to waste any time feigning interest. I think he's probably got a serious decision here. Nine-7 offsuit. Wow.
He is here to play, isn't he? He's going to be in trouble with this one. There's no way Gregor's not shoving.
Yeah, I mean, this is just bizarre. I'm not sure. I understand that he's got the chip lead and he wants to... Yeah, I understand he's got the chip lead. He wants to apply pressure to the medium stacks, but the hand selection, you know, you might get a hand like 7s or 9s to fold to this 3-bet. So again, you're just blocking hands that fold. You're so much better using a hand like King 10 or King Queen here, you know, that block these stronger holdings. Jacks here is not going to be absolutely loving it. You can see that there is a little bit of... no, I wouldn't say pain, but a little bit of stress across that face, just trying to work out what's going on. It is the first 3-bet of its kind. As I mentioned just before, we haven't seen too many small 3-bets. And so the first one does usually strike alarm bells, and that could be what JA is playing off here. but just the hand selection, I think, is a little bit out of line. And that's a slap on the wrist for the Frenchman there, as he's going to potentially retreat back into his shell. Let's see if he is going to be following it up with more erratic plays, such as the 9-7 there. Versus under the gun as well, just the one position where you're likely to be seeing a fight back.
Yeah, that's first time we've seen him kind of misstep, I think, would be a fair comment. Samuel back in the action with a pair of fours. Around to Gregor. And looks like he's... Oh, Gregor's called with the ace-4. Fairly innocuous flop.
You do see some players fold a hand like ace-4 versus a medium stack from early position, because you're just so dominated by most of the range. You know, he's going to open every most suited aces, and then of course ace-10 offsuit plus as well, maybe even ace-9 sometimes, depends on the player, how aggressive they are. So ace-4 is kind of a weird holding to have. You could maybe go for a 3-bet non-all-in, use the bluff potential of the holding, blocking some strong hands, but it's just much more natural to have a hand like 8-7 or 7-5 there, just to have a little bit of an easier time of it post-flop. If the board comes ace-high and you face 3 bets, well, you're probably going to be calling the first 2 and you're going to be sick to your stomach on the third one. So I tend to pass up on those situations, especially when the stacks are as tight as this. You know, any punishing board such as the ace-high board can put us in a bit of a headache spot.
Yeah, it's I agree with you. I think you're dominated about 70-80% of the time there with an ace-4. Borja waking up with the dames, the queens.
Yeah, he's had a nice run of card distribution.
Have you noticed, though, he looks up at the clock every single time he has to bet. So he's not aware of what the blinds are. He's literally looking at it and then doing the maths and then making the appropriate raise of a 1.2, that kind of thing, or 2.2. It's quite interesting.
It's like a reverse tell, because he's had a pretty strong hand most times where he's like, you know, kind of feigning weakness by looking at the board. Oh, should I raise here? What's the average stack? All of that.
No, I don't. I think he literally looks at the board to work out the amount, and which tells me he's not switched on necessarily fully during the hands he's not involved in. You know, again, a golden rule for players out there. You know, always know what the clock is, always know the blinds, and always know how many chips your opposition have. It's a very important element, and if you're not involved in hands because you're just getting a bad run of hands, there's no excuse for not seeing what's going on with other players in my book. I'm sure you'd agree with that. I may be wrong, but I don't think so. You've got the stare going on now. Overpair alert.
Goes for quite a large bet there on the dry jack high board, just saying, look, if you've got a jack, you're not going to be folding to my slight upsize here. If you've got a hand like ace-6, you're probably coming along as well. So let me just, with a hand like queens that is rather sensitive to a turn jack, ace or king, let me just try and maximize my value right now versus the hands that continue. And if you fold, well, so be it. It's a nice pickup for me.
Javier will be shoving here, and JA may have the price to call with his ace-9, unfortunately for him. This is a bit of Hollywood before the chips go in.
Absolutely. This is the spot you're hoping for, especially against the chip leader, because you know you've got him absolutely cooked here. You'd be so unlucky to be up against a hand that you've not got in a tough spot. Makes it 3 million, so you're still seeing that theme of leaving chips behind, but you know, is he really ever going to fold for the last 300 there? People tend to do this now. It's kind of almost a bit fancy, you know, but it annoys me a little bit because it's like, okay, there are spots to leave chips behind, but you're basically all in, pal. Just put the chips over the line.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a waste of time, isn't it?
Yeah, and now he has to call off the last bit, and sometimes the other guy calls thinking he's all in, and then the floor get called over. It can create messy situations for essentially no reason.
Ace-King still
anyway
very much dominating this pot. Only a 9 will do. Down to 10% and down to 0%.
Nice clean offsuit 5 on the river.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Easy work. Easy. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, Superman. You wouldn't be in this position had you not called all your chips off with ace-10. I don't want to have a reminder about George or anyone else, but I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm not docking him many points for that one.
I feel very strongly about that hand, and I really feel he should have seen the setup. It was quite clear. And I know we know the cards and we see it, but he's seeing it at the same time as we are. He's seeing everything we see, and he's in the game.
Yeah,
so
he gets a full view of his opponent as well.
100%.
I think that's you know, in those spots where it's kind of marginal, like you're never fist pumping, getting it in with ace-10. I'll give you that, but by the letter of the book, Ace-10 blind v blind for 20 bigs is just a hand that's more than happy to stack off. However, I agree with your point in some sense because it's the way in which the chips went in. You know, the opponent has limp snap folded the previous round. Now he's limp jamming. It's almost as if he's playing into the game flow. And that is the spot where live reads, you know, really strong instinct awareness can come into play. And we didn't really see him give much of a look at his opponent. He was kind of, you know, just sitting around kind of thinking, oh, what have I done now? I've got ace-10,
yeah.
I probably should call. And yeah.
Didn't do enough thinking about the value of the stack as well, I think. He was very quick to call. But an ace-king
That's also a
raise here
good
this
point
time.
because first person over the line has a huge advantage in final tables because the short stack or the stack that's even covering doesn't want to risk so many chips on the chance of a flip, basically. If his opponent had showed him pocket eights, he probably...
Samuel calling with 5-4 and smacking this. What a beautiful board. Come on, check, my friend. Check, check, check. Let J.A., who has been known in the last half an hour, let him get himself in trouble again. Samuel, resist.
Like
Do not bet this flop. No, I don't like this. It's such a disguised hand. You just shouldn't. You're leading into it, and you're saying I've hit the flop, and you're not. You're going to get no value from it, from the likely holding that JA has, which is exactly what he does have. So I really don't like the lead.
Yeah, I actually agree. I think this board is low enough that you're still going to face... Yeah, I know. One for the ages on this stream, but I think this board is low enough where you're still going to face a lot of C-bets because I don't think you really defend hands like 7-4 all that much. So it's kind of nice as a trap, you know, just to check raise, to fold out the overcards. You can put a hand like even jacks into a really tough spot with a small check raise and a big turn bet as well.
Marcin back in the cards with the king-queen offsuit in the cutoff. Healthy 10-11 million stack. Just under the 20 big blinds, but sitting in the middle of the pack at the moment.
Jack 10 for Borja. He likes to get involved. Did fold the Queen 8 on the button, which I wasn't huge on, but he's going to find the Jack 10.
See, he's looking up. He's double checking every time. He's got a hell of a stare on the players. It's quite an aggressive.
Is he doing that every time as well?
The look on the player, yeah, every time. As soon as he's raised and involved, any other player that's either still in or is the last player to call or whatever, he's giving it big looks.
Yeah.
And quite aggressive.
When I used to hit the gym a little bit more, I used to do the same thing, you know, because I felt like it was some kind of intimidation tactic. And Borja looks like he's out of the Spanish front row, really, with his quite wide table presence.
Yeah, he's... He does look like he's a gym bunny as well, to be honest. Every time he wins a pot, he taps the table with his fist as well. He's very kind of emotional player, I would say.
Yeah, there was a big exhalation after he got the sevens through, because that is the spot where if you get snapped there, you are in trouble. So fortune favouring the brave on that one, and he's certainly followed it up with some decent poker. So I think he's, of course, one to watch. I still think the likes of Gregor's, JA has been on a little bit of an off-piste adventure over the last...
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
But that can happen. You know, you can be a very good player and then just literally have a kind of weird, wired 15 minutes, and you realise that, and then you know, put things right and come back strong. Because he's played very well up till the last kind of 15 minutes, where he's shown a couple of...
Yeah.
And here he is with tens on the small blind.
Here he is.
Now,
rewarded.
Is he going to
go for the limp again?
Is he going to do it again? He is. Flat corner. No, Javier has sixes. This is going in.
It's cinematic in terms of the script. It's the third blind versus blind confrontation. Javier has tried to win all of them with aggression, and this one could be his undoing. You feel very natural about the sixes here. You think surely he's not got the goods for the second time in a row. Jacks last time, tens this time. Sometimes you've just got to tap the table, walk away and say, you know what, wasn't my day.
Well, this one I'm not criticising him. I don't think it's the same at all. Although the setup was the same, it wasn't played in the same way. He has a pair heads up, no argument at all. I don't think he's, with his chip stack, he should do anything but shove and see what happens. Pretty bad flop for sixes.
Not bad in the sense that it could go like King Jack or something, and they chop it up. That's the end of the road.
Thanks for your comments there, George. Very much appreciated. As you're talking, the 10 comes in.
just dead as a dormouse.
And I think we have seen Javier eliminated. Put my teeth in 8th place, 186 dirham, local currency, and I'll just translate that for you all. 17,000 euros, just over. So very nice return from 2,300. You did well, except for that one misstep, and that's all it takes sometimes in any poker tournament. One, you can play brilliantly for 9-5, and you just play one hand badly, and it slight lag there. I think we're back in. 7 players left at the high roller here at the Casino de Marrakech, the WSOP circuit, starting to gain a real following around Europe and parts of America. A kind of younger brother to the World Series of Poker Vegas in the summer and the World Series of Poker Europe at King's Rosvedov And it's great that local players and people from nearby countries can get to play some of these incredible value tournaments. Tom gets it in with a very... He thinks he's live with a 9-2, but he's up against 9-3.
no.
That is awful. I mean, you put any money that you're 9-2 is Tom. I mean, there's a lot of split pots here. But
The good thing is they are going to chop a lot, yeah.
Yeah, they're dominated by the 3 is fairly awful. It's just the poetry of it I'm focused on.
Yeah, now just needs to avoid the 3.
Yeah.
All right, choppy.
Is it no one likes a chop pot or everyone likes a chop pot? What is it? Which one of those?
Everybody loves a chop pot.
It is everybody, isn't it? Oh, okay, good. We are going to be going into a break fairly soon, guys. A 15-minute break coming up in about 4 or 5 minutes' time. So you'll be able to get yourselves something to drink, maybe a sandwich, some fromage. What do you
Which
think
of the 15 cheeses are you going to be gorging on?
Oh, I bought another cheese actually yesterday. I've got but I made a stir fry, a very nice stir fry, katsu stir fry with prawns and chicken. So I have my second lunch to look forward to. But I did buy a nice blue cheese, a Danish one, not a French one. I apologise to.
It's going to be alongside a little bit of red wine later, is it?
It'll be probably, it goes very well with bacon. Bacon and French. Bacon and blue cheese. Nice combo. But yes, there's a nice rioja on the boil. A reserva. And an ace king against queen jack. Now, Gregor's interesting. How does he play this? Does he make an inviting 3-bet? Does he just shove? Shove. And we are going to the break now. So see you all in 15 minutes' time when we will go to the conclusion of the WSOPC High Roller.
Yeah, we're gonna race on New Year. C'est cheap race. Ok, ici, so. Et je redémarre la cloque dès que celui qui a pas mal de masse, je préfère que. C'est combien ça? 800 000. half case, and the green chips is 1 million. Chip count is correct if you want to have a look.
You see the chip now?
Yeah, it's exactly correct.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final stages of the High Roller FT here at the WSOPC circuit here in the beautiful Casino de Marrakech in Morocco. Morocco, of course, made the final of the Africa Cup with Senegal and lost out to a last-minute goal. Apparently, I didn't see it, but George tells me that it was a fabulous final. But I will see it at some point. So Morocco in the news at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. An incredible cup final. And looking forward to seeing the continuation of play here. We start to see a couple of players come out of the early nervousness or sort of careful play.
I'm quite interested in my money's on the dark horse Samuel, actually. I just think he's made some very good choices and hasn't really put a foot wrong and found a way to get back in contention. JA played very well earlier, but has shown a couple of we've got a raise in the cutoff.
Yeah, and Tom, after that uncomfortable 15-minute break, has just sat there with less than 2 big blinds. He's out the way. Gregors folds with the ace-3, well aware of the positional dynamics now. JA likely to start to try and steamroll. We saw the initial threat of that activity with the 9-7, obviously not quite picking the best spot there. Would have liked to see him, if he were to attack so wide versus a later position open. But regardless, I think he's got the gusto in his game to now start to pull away from the pack if we're going to continue to use that Tour de France analogy.
So who's in the yellow jersey?
Well, that will be crowned in the next 4 hours. But King of the Mountains is JA right now because it's been a bit of a bumpy ride up and down.
King of the Mountains. I think it's very apt doing the Tour de France with mainly French players in a French-owned casino. So I think it's
desperately trying to get some viewers over from the French stream. They're absolutely having our pants down at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, unlikely.
Marsan with a interesting hand. He's just been raised by JA, who's... Yeah, I love this. Just stick it right up him, as we would say, back in the trenches.
It's a great play.
And also JA, I think Marsan, he's very observant. He's very careful in his choices, and I think he would have spotted JA getting out of line at least twice. I mean, he may not have seen what we've seen, but he's just come from a break. If he does...
I think that's a fair assumption. I think that Marsan, I wouldn't call him a tight player. He is selective, isn't he? He's not doing anything out of the ordinary, but his execution and timing has been one of the best on the table. We've seen a lot of people.
Yeah. I think he's playing to his full capacity, whatever that is, and he's got a very good record. Varied wins around the place, decent cashes. Knows what he's doing. And Romain is back in the game with a pair of 10s under the gun. I said earlier that some players should... Oh, well, okay. I mean, I suppose he's only actually got 11, 12 big blinds. So when you think about it from that point of view... Books increases his stack by some 30%.
Yeah, this is an interesting part of the tournament now. 7 left. You've got a couple of stragglers in there, especially Tom. He is the ultra straggler, really. He's almost fallen off the bike so far back. And the rest of the guys...
Are we still doing the Tour de France? Oh, God.
Once I've got an analogy in my head, I just...
I mean, I can do rugby, football, cricket. I don't even like cycling.
You're not comfortable getting the full lycra on a Sunday morning?
I don't think anyone else would be comfortable if I was wearing full lycra. It's bad enough with my size wearing diving gear. I put it this way: the whales and I are at one with each other. I deliberately don't wear dive tops because it just makes me look like Michelin Man. So I wear shorts or dive trousers sometimes. But it's all equal under the sea, luckily.
Absolutely. No judgments under the sea.
No judgments. There was a potential hand to shove with in that position, Jack 6 suited. He's only got 2 more hands, or possibly 3, that he can get a better hand with. He's quite... Oh, look, there we go. Here we go. He is quite intimidating in his body language. I'm sure his mother loves him. Very... goes through the same process. So he is literally working out, hang on, 16, I think we'll see 18 or 1850. Let's see what we've got. Because I think he's done the same calculation every time. I'm just trying to work out what his exponential is. 1.7.
Yeah,
okay.
2.2, isn't it? Sort of, he likes to go 2.15, 2.2.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's very deliberate.
Just a little bit of added juice.
Come on, Samuel. Love it. Well done. See, I told you, he's my man. My dark horse.
Yeah, this is strong.
Playing very well.
Strong
it's great,
poker.
Great play.
Just shipping it in versus the medium stack. You get him to fold hands like King Queen offsuit, Ace 10.
Absolutely.
Probably won't raise call with the short stack.
Really nice play by Samuel. I like what he's done so far. He needed that double up, and it doesn't matter how he got it. He just had to get one to get back in the game. But since he's won that, I've been quite impressed. Still folding for France and Borja. This time slightly better hand than 3-4 suited. But we're seeing the same process. Slightly different, actually. He doesn't normally put his hand on his chin.
Yeah,
That's
this is a little bit
slight
different,
variation.
isn't it?
A bit more casual, isn't it? A bit more cash.
Yeah, it's almost like he's trying to look frustrated from the last time that he got shoved on now, and it's taking a little bit longer as well. Really selling it. He's shoving. Wow, that is a misstep. I
Oh
think.
my God!
Wow.
Oh, Roman's got kings. We are going to see a... Yeah, Roman will take his time. He will not shove in immediately. He will think about it or feign thinking about it, but it is in. Oh my God, what bad timing.
Disaster. He can't believe he's up against aces here when his opponent's just open jammed. And you talk about timing and these little narratives on final tables. Borgia, they're very lucky to find a hand that's willing to call him off.
Had Roman not had kings, I think both of us would have said what a waste of aces. I think he's got very lucky that someone has got a big enough hand to call. I don't think the play is good. He's going to feel
no, I think
top of the world.
It's a little bit haphazard. Well, backdoor clubs.
Don't think it's making the most of your value, but he's very lucky to have been called.
Agreed.
And only a king now. There are two in the pack. Well, black will not be a king, so that will do. And I think that was Borgia hitting the table again. We didn't see it, but we heard it. Wow. Aces against kings at this point in a final table. And we have lost
dreams
Roman.
are made of for Borgia.
Well, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but also just a brutal blow for Roman, because you're sat there looking across at Tom, as we're going to see here now, with the 1.8 big blinds, and he's just stolen at least a couple of grand out of thin air.
Oh, Tom has, what do we know? We've now, 7th is out. So it is 65,000 dirham difference between 7th and 6th. Which is actually 6,000 euros. That's the difference between 7th and 6th, assuming Tom finishes 6th, which is a huge jump on the ladder. So his patience, he's in now, of course. He's on the big blind, so he's all in.
Yeah.
But
and he's quite lucky he didn't pick up something playable.
Well, I'd argue the suited jack was playable, but he chose not to. So well done to him for adding another 6,000 to his winnings. Very good. No real value in anyone raising here, but Samuel may want to take advantage of Borgia's call. And he has raised, as I thought he would. He wants to get this heads up if he can. Borgia's just won a massive pot, doubled up. I don't think it's in his interest to defend this. If he does, it's more about ego than good poker choice. There's a slight side pot, but not a lot. 400, I think, on the side. So he can't be doing it for the side pot, so he can only be doing it with a good hand.
I think I'd have just folded the Jack-8 there. I'm not sure what we're trying to achieve getting involved. I know we do want to maybe limp and try and get more hands against the NE2 holding in the big blind, but...
You'd have folded pre-flop.
Yeah, I think you can just let the other guys do the work for you there.
Yeah, I agree. And the big blind doesn't matter what hand he's got, he's calling. And also, it doesn't make any difference if Tom doubles up or not to his 20 million stack. So I quite agree with you.
Wow.
Nice flop for the 9-3. Yeah, up and down.
Yep, looking for
the
a
ace
6
still
and
holding.
9.
Doesn't want to hit his pair. Right, he's hit his pair, and it's a straight for Samuel. Possible
6 to chop.
Split pot. Or an ace to chop. And no chop. We finally lose Tom. 6,000 euros better than he was 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, he's done pretty well as far as things went. I mean, he had the 8s earlier on. He decided to let that one go. Felt like he could get a better spot, and instead, he's made 2 jumps. So not the end of the world for him. I think he wasn't really in the reckoning with his stack at any real point. So it's kind of one of those where, you know, you might feel a bit gutted walking away from the table, but you've done a fairly good job of securing a bit of extra cash on what wasn't the most fruitful final table for him.
So we're down to 5 players. We started with 9. Let's see whether the players start to adjust their ranges. One of my bugbears about final tables where players quite rightly will fold ace 8, ace 9 on a full table, but it starts to get stronger value as we get less players, and some players adjust very well, others don't. So Samuel raising in the cutoff with the ace 4. Gregor very playable, king 10 will call. He's already got chips in on the big blind. I think we will see, we're probably now only about 2 hours away from the end of this. The blind's already quite high, 400, 800. Rising. I don't think.
Agreed.
One
I think
one big hand.
There's nowhere to hide.
No, even the players with 20 million are not in a massive safe zone. Not a bad flop for the raiser. Ace 4 hits a bottom pair. Gregor's call unlikely to have much of this holding.
Does Gregors have any intentions of stealing this one away from the two pair here, with the king 10 unlikely to have much showdown value.
Well, this is the only way of winning the pot. But what would he be repping? Samuel has shown good instincts, so unless he puts a pretty big bet in, I don't think he's going to. He has to decide fairly quickly whether to close down or make a play. Making a play. I like this. This is, whatever happens, at least he's giving it a good go. 4 million pot is not to be sneezed at. But I'm not sure he bet enough. No, 900k is just not enough to take that down. I think if you're going to do that, you have to put a decent amount in. 900k is going to get snapped by any hand that is beating him.
The issue with him is we saw that with the 5-7 earlier, when he had the turn straight draw and he just went for such a small, unconvincing sizing, when he's saying at that point, I've got a jack or a top pair or better. And again, with this small sizing, maybe he's trying to just fold out a hand like ace high, but I think you can't go wrong with sizing up your bets in that spot just to generate a little bit of extra fold equity.
I would have, if you're going to make the play, I believe you need to put in at least half the pot, 2.5 million, because otherwise your story just doesn't make sense. And Samuel knows what he's doing. He's a perfectly decent poker player, and he's not going to fold with that kind of value when he's got two pairs, just not in a million. He didn't have to think about it. Flick that chip in immediately. No. So the bet didn't even make him think.
Almost beat him in there.
Almost. I always moan at players that when I've made a bet and their chips are in before me, always make the point that their chips are in very quickly.
Yeah, it's a little bit tilting, isn't it? But
no, especially when I do it when I've got it, because it looks like I don't want the call. But it's a bit of fun as well. Gregor, back on the horse, my friend. You have been smacked around about with a wet fish in the last hour. Not running his way. Marsan, very healthy stack. Lying in. I think there's 3 of them are fairly even, aren't they? Actually, 4 of them are fairly even at the moment. Getting to the business end. The reason, when we were talking earlier about the heads up that we witnessed for 14 minutes, I worked out that it's certainly the weakest part of my game. And the reason it's the weakest part of my game is that the strongest part of my game is making really good deals on the final table or in the final few. And because I always make deals, I then very rarely get to play heads up. So I'm just inexperienced at playing heads
up. In making deals is kind of, those are kind of inversely correlated, aren't they? Because you're used to nicking a bit more EV than your stack's worth at the expense of maybe a little bit of psychological pressure and intimidation for the other players. You know, you say, look, I'm happy to play, but if this, we can just shake hands and walk off and everybody's happy.
Yeah, I mean, deals are always right when everyone feels they're benefiting or gaining from it. But the truth is, I instigate those deals and I drive those deals forward, and 100% of the time they're in my favour. I remember one deal. It was a side event at the GUKPT in London, 20k up top. It was quite a big side event, 500 buy-in, and there were 4 of us left. A young player, quite inexperienced, an older amateur player from Liverpool, and another, I can't remember the other player. And we got to the point where the deal was discussed, and I was the fourth in chips. I was the short stack relative. Gregor's all in here with ace 10 suited. Will J.A. call him with the king 10. He's made some bad calls in the last hour. This will be interesting. Marsan. Oh, we've also got a third player who is thinking about it.
Borgia's in.
Wow. With ace king. Gregor could be going to the rail. 20 million pot. He's either back in the game if he hits his hearts or hits his 10. Borgia getting amazing cards at the right time. He has been very, very fortunate. Aces against kings. He's really run good. One heart, not enough. Needs to see a queen, an 8. And that is an awful card for the ace 10. He's drawing now only to 2 10s. Borgia will be smacking the table any minute. Ready? Chop! 2 pairs with the ace. No banging the table on this one. No banging the table. Sorry, back to my long story. There's 4 of us left. I'm fourth in chips. But I'm the more experienced player on the table, and I say to them, well, I'm the best. It sounds very arrogant, but this is just how I presented it. I said, well, I'm the best player on the table, but I'm prepared to do a deal where we all take 12 grand and we play on for the cup, and I think it was 5 or 6 grand left. And there wasn't a huge difference in chips, but I was very much fourth out of 4. And they agreed to the deal because 12 grand, and I explained one hand, someone doubles up, you know, they could end up fourth for 7 grand, 6 or 7 grand instead of 12 grand, that kind of thing. And they all agreed it. But then from that point, of course, it freed me up to play as aggressively as I wanted to because I had 12 grand in the bank. And I went from there to win it because they let me. So it's not always even the money deal, it's the deal that allows you to play a different kind of game that you were able to play with your smaller stack. Here you've got interesting ways, and we could be in trouble here. Marsan has decided to shove. J.A. will snap him with the 10s. He might think about it a little bit, but his chips are going in. I cannot believe he'll fold.
It's a big all-in confrontation.
Marsan has made a misstep unless he hits his ace or hearts. The other players are very happy about this. All rooting for J.A.
in the form of a confrontation is good news for the other players. Huge pay jumps right now. Marsan, the big, tall, slender figure, looking up to the sky as if to will the ace into existence.
Oh,
there it is!
Whoa, here we go. He's willed it. It has arrived. He does look like he's a priest in that outfit as well, to be fair. So we are now, he's made a massive, massive chip lead. 30 million, and J.A. down, nearly hit a flush as well. J.A. down to 6 million, and our short stack. Very interesting hand.
Yeah, big aggressive shove from Marsan. We've seen him go for these big rejams before. He hasn't been scared to put the chips over the line. Unfortunately, he does run into a calling hand, but still retaining 30% equity. That's the beauty of these ace-x suited holdings. When you do get called by these kings, queens, jacks, 10s, you still got a big chunk of equity. And getting the fold through as well, getting him to fold ace-jack, these kind of things play big, and fortune has favored the brave for Marsan. We see 2 poles out of the remaining 5 players. It was a French-dominated final table, but the French are going to be struggling to get this one over the line now with the Polish chip leader in the driving seat.
Absolutely. And there is our Marsan, for the first time, has gone to the top of the leaderboard and got quite a big lead, really. 2 players very safe, and then Gregor and JA now in trouble on the average 10 big blind mark. So we will see. I think I predicted 2 hours about half an hour ago, and that's probably about right with these blinds. We will see some more eliminations very soon. Wow, nice colour, those big chips. Kind of purple with a bit of flare on them. Gregor, one of the players near the 10 big blind mark, has to be quite careful. Tricky to play an early mid-ace in early position. There we go. Calculation being made. 1700 going in. Or is that 16? 1.6, yeah, okay. Slight variation. I don't think it tells us an awful lot, though.
Jack 3, usually going to favour the pre-flop opener here. A Broadway pair board.
He'll be betting. He didn't just bet it, he shoved. Wow. Very confident. I mean, it's an equivalent of a shove.
Yeah, it was a big fist of chips heading over the line.
He is not mucking about, this young man.
No, I think he's he just looks a bit amped up now as well. I think he's kind of playing off of that. As we said, he is kind of an emotional player. We've seen a lot of emotions being shown, especially after winning pots. And you can just see now there's a slight kind of wiredness about his table presence. And I think he's going to use that to his advantage.
Yeah, fair comment.
Gregor's calling it off, blind versus the 8-3 with King Deuce, the battle of the titans as we look to get down to 4 players here. JA has seen his chip lead burst into flames and now is left with a pretty weak holding here, trying to get back into the thick of it. 8 or a 3 required.
Gonna be tricky to hit that. Counterfeit opportunities favouring the king. And the king holds. So, double up, sorely needed, double up. And we lose JA in 5th place. It's a shame, he played very well early on, and then I just think lost his mojo or concentration a bit in the latter stages. I don't want to be unfair, but that's what I saw.
And then punished with the 10s as well. That was a harsh one, because if he wins that pot, I think he's by far and away the favourite to win the tournament. So it just shows you with these top heavy payouts in play how crucial it is to hold these 70-30s when you're in the deep end of it. And the sick thing is, being a live player, is you don't get to be in the final 5 of a high roller that often, and when you do, you need to hold your 70-30s, and that comes down to luck, unfortunately.
Yeah. And he played some of his hands so well when he was on the small blind and big blind. I really liked the way he engineered some of the pots. Here's Borja raising with the king-8 suited. Samuel with the better hand. Oh, he's playing it tricky. Just calling. Interesting. Very interesting, this. Why is he just calling here? Is he looking to get another player to come in?
I'm not sure. I think it's because he's covered by Borgia and the other 2 players are fairly short. He just doesn't want to risk all of his chips with ace-queen here for what is over 25 big blinds. Wow!
That's quite a good flop for ace-queen, isn't it? And Borgia's hit top pair, so he's going to get dented a bit here. Remember, I did predict Samuel was my boy quite a while ago.
Yeah, he's definitely going to win at least one bet here. Does he start with the bet on the flop? It looks like it.
Yeah.
You know, he unblocks
I think you
all of the
to.
pairs.
You need to.
Yeah.
I think it's
the only way to get all of the chips in.
Yeah, when you've hit the absolute nuts, people kind of check. You know, the natural thing is, I'm so big, I'm going to check. And it's a mistake for 2 reasons. 1, value. 2, not on this particular board, but 2, you can lose, you know, be outdrawn. I mean, you can still be outdrawn. King and an 8 comes, he's losing. But it's more about not getting the value. Is there a raise here? Borja, it could be in big trouble. Now, if he has raised, I want to see the pained flat call, and then Borja will be betting.
5 million. 5 million to 150.
Oh, look at this. I like this. I like this. Come on, Samuel. You're my boy. Look at that. Borja can't help himself, raising with a top pair on a very dangerous board.
Not sure what he's trying to achieve here with the raise. His opponent can have a hand as even as strong as 10s, King Jack, King 10, Jack 10, Queen 9 suited. So many hands that we could be up against here.
I predict Borja is going to shove. Seriously, I think he is going to play this very aggressively. Maybe not shove, but half his stack. And then he might be committed if Samuel decides to pull the trigger. I hope for his sake he checks. He thinks he's ahead. He honestly believes he's winning. I think we are going to see a big bet after a big misplaced raise. Samuel trying to control his emotions, hoping that Borja's aggression gets the better of him, praying that he makes a misplay.
Yeah, he's up shit creek without a paddle, to put it bluntly.
Doesn't sound very French. As long as there's no cyclists involved, I'm okay with it. Hey, very good, he checked. I would like to see a check behind. I would like to see Samuel checking behind here to really show weakness and to make some kind of bluff bet or appearance of a bluff bet. What's the best way of getting paid here, George?
Yeah, I think just small again, setting up the river, putting pressure on hands like ace, king, aces, king, queen. You've got all of them absolutely cooked. I think we would have seen a bet from hands like jacks, tens, and kings from Borgia, so that allows his range to be a little bit weaker, I think. And Samuel's absolutely nailed the size. Nice small sizing here. You really want those hands to continue. It does feel like the check raise check is going to not have the super strong hands anymore, so we don't really need to worry about the board pairing on the river anymore. I think it's just going to be quite likely we're up against a hand like ace, king, aces, and I mean in this case king 8, which is a little bit of a wild play on the flop.
Yeah. Well, Bourgeois.
And I think what he's doing there, is just making his life a little easier. You know, he doesn't want to face another bet on the turn, so he's kind of check raised and trying to end it now, but he's just not got a hand strong enough. His hand is too strong to bluff with, but too weak to check raise for value, so it's all a bit all over the place.
I'll leaderboard for the last 4. Gregoire back in the game with a double up a bit earlier. Yeah, I was not impressive by Bourgeois there, but he did check the end, to be fair. So he check folded the end, didn't let his aggression take hold of him. But my boy Daniel is doing well.
Well, 13.2, 13.3. And you? Brandon?
26. Can you maybe do a little color up?
Sorry?
Could you maybe do a little color up? Like it's a bit hard to calculate the stacks with all those lights.
Samuel now getting the cards. Marsan raising with a king 9. We're going to see a 3-bet coming in for sure.
Yeah, might even just see a jam here. I do like the small 3-bet just to allow the option. Marcin is one of those players that has taken big jams. We saw the ace 3. So giving him the option with the smaller size there, as you mentioned, 4-handed now. It's not 8-handed. We don't really want the fold with ace king anymore. we're not that happy just to take the pot down. We're trying to give the opportunity for our opponent to rifle in the rest of the stack, and I think that's the perfect sizing. I think you're absolutely spot on with your comments on his gameplay so far. He's been by and far the standout player at the final table.
Well, thank you, George. I'll take that as a positive. Yeah, no, he has. He hasn't put a foot wrong. Whereas other players that have played well at points and have shown great plays within a particular hand have also had a few kind of holes in their game. And at the moment, he hasn't shown any. Gregor, the short stack at the moment on this table, been very patient, hasn't gone out of line at all with his all-ins or his calls. He's been as sensible as possible, looking to ladder or get in a position to be able to win this tournament. Serious money up top, 127,000 euros. That's enough to go on holiday with, that is. That's enough
for 2 years in Bali. You could live in five-star hotels.
Even cheaper.
Yeah,
I think
Cambodia is the one.
Cambodia, I went there 15 years ago, and I expected it to develop in a positive way, and it actually hasn't. There's a lot of corruption.
It hasn't.
And yeah. I expected it to go kind of on the Thailand expansion, but it hasn't at all. I have no interest in going back. In fact, I was offered a deal to look at doing a joint venture in the casino in Phnom Penh, what's it called? Something...
Resorts World.
Is it Resorts World?
No.
Naga. Yeah, Naga
World, that's it.
Naga World. And I've been to Phnom Penh, and it is probably the most horrible city in Asia that I've ever been to, for lots of reasons. And I just don't want to spend a week there.
There's no infrastructure whatsoever. You're going around in tuk-tuks, which is novel at first, but very inconvenient and uncomfortable second. And there's just a lot of... I know this sounds like a first world privilege, but there's just a lot of poverty and a lot of things that, in a capital city you don't really expect to see.
Well, I don't think it's first world. I mean, I'm in Asia an awful lot, so I have very valid comparisons to make with Vietnam, which is right next door, with more developed Asian countries, with Myanmar, with Indonesia, islands in Indonesia, not just Bali. Kind of a known holiday resort, but much smaller islands. And just the way Cambodia... I mean, I'll give you an example. There's a coastal town called Sihanoukville, and 20 years ago it was a very lovely beach town. It had one casino in, nice beaches, good restaurants. It was a perfectly pleasant seaside resort in Asia. We've got an all-in here with the Queen 10 suited. Will Marcin snap him off? Will he feel his ace-8 is too strong to fold four-handed? But he has two players behind him, that's his problem.
Yeah, I think he's going to fold. I think ace-10 maybe could be the line there. Two players behind. You got Borgia.
Ace-9 suited, ace-10 is the line.
Yeah. Borgia, the ticking time bomb. He can't wait to get them in behind. So you never know what could happen, He folds ace-10.
Borgia folded ace-10.
Wow,
I think that's an error. Yeah. I think short stack shoving, race 10 is going to be 7-8 times out of 10 the better hand. Anyway, this lovely place on the coast, it's a few hours from Phnom Penh, depending on how you get there, and it's also a few hours up to Angkor Wat, where the beautiful temples are. But the Chinese have come in and have built about 10 casinos in really horrible building design, with just no design applied at all, because they saw it as a way of making lots of money, and it just has no style, no beauty, and it's ruined
just
it.
Turned into a hotbed of degenerate activity, basically, which could have been quite a nice casino setup. And you're right, I actually went there. I went to play some low stakes cash games, and just kind of and I didn't feel safe. I didn't feel like I was enjoying being there. I actually took a boat ride over to Koh Rung, which is one of the lovely islands just sort of surrounding Cambodia.
The one that looks like the Maldives. It's got these these huts in the water.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I just went over there and played online from the hotel and kind of got a bike round and was just, it's just beautiful, rather than sitting in a dingy room with cigarette smoke everywhere. And, it's just not what you really want when you're traveling and playing poker on the side.
Well, the same promoter who approached me for my PLO Masters brand and package is also talking Nairobi. Now, that is of interest because beautiful place, Kenya. It's at the Hyatt, lovely hotel in Nairobi. You can add on for both the players and family and things. You can add on a very nice safari in the Masai Mara desert. Still have to fly there, but it's within reach. So that becomes a really nice, 7 to 10 day package with lovely, good poker and a lovely place to be that's affordable with interesting things like safaris. But parts of Asia, especially Cambodia, just doesn't offer that. Top pair on a 3-spade
very
board.
Thin in the offering. Yeah,
this is an interesting one for my boy Samuel. How will he play it? He's going to bet. Going to take the lead.
Tiny bet, I think.
Yeah, very tiny.
Yeah.
1.4.
What?
25% of the pot. Could be smaller. The blinds
just
are
a complete swing and a miss.
Yeah, 500 and a million. 10-8 suited, very playable hand for four-way, but completely missed. Yeah, so I might follow up on that.
So I think
that sounds like
quite
a
like
nice
that idea. I've heard of big games in Kenya. There's some private PLO action there from time to time. I think they tried to organize a WSOP in Africa, but I don't think it had legs. But I believe that was supposed to be in Kenya at one point.
Right. I know nothing about poker in Kenya. I know a little bit about South Africa, but nothing in Kenya at all. But I will pursue
Have you been
that
to play
one
the Monster Jam
at Sun City.
Yeah.
Is that Sun's? No.
No, that's well worth the travel.
Sun City has political, or at least used to have political connotations within it that didn't appeal to me, but I think it's probably changed now. I might have to reassess my view on it.
Yeah, they've got Johannesburg, which wasn't the best because you're basically locked into the shopping mall and the big kind of centre, really. It's not safe to leave. But then Cape Town was one of the best live stops I've ever been to, right next to the sea. There's all sorts of nice activity there. It's very gentrified.
Yeah, I love
and
Cape.
The poker was good.
Well, I might be in Cape Town next year, so January 27. To watch England play cricket, and I'll probably time that in with some poker, which I usually do. And there's a shove, and no interest by Samuel with the Queen 7 suited, the computer hand, and a perfectly good shove with Ace Jack.
Wonder what Borgia's up to, because he's in the big blind. Yeah, Greg Walls has been feeding off of some of these reshoves, but Borgia in the big blind now. A bit worried about his whereabouts. He needs to get back in the mix. This is serious money he's playing for. You can't be giving 2 big blinds out of your stack away, whether you need a cigarette or a toilet break. That just needs to wait.
Well, there he is, you see. He's back as if by magic. You didn't even see him sit down.
I reckon he was puffing a durry outside.
We are in Morocco. It's fair enough.
Yeah.
It's allowed here. It's a perfectly acceptable part of the culture. When I was a kid, you had Moroccan black, Moroccan red. No, Afghan black, Moroccan red, and it was a form of hash that came from Morocco, and that's what all the kids smoked. But out here, I mean, my father was brought up in Egypt, not a million miles from Morocco, and he just smoked zoots as a normal part of the culture. So, you know, we mustn't apply our Western values on other countries. I think you just got to go with the flow.
Yeah, it gets a bit.
It
Gets a bit of a harsh rap in the UK if you're spotted out with the 10 bag in your pocket. You know, you're getting cuffed up and on the back of a police car.
I'm sure Leo is having a good time out in Morocco, put it that way.
Yeah, he won't be short of a few dubs, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think my smoking days are over. I don't even like cigarettes. So.
Yeah, same here. I'm on the snooze, you know, the Scandinavian.
Oh no, that's horrible.
Yeah.
No, I can't do that.
Yeah.
No.
The mouth pillows.
My nephew's Fanta, who also plays poker, based in Stockholm. He loves all that. Can't stand it.
Yeah. I don't go for the teabag ones because you see the teeth start to decay at quite a rapid rate. I go for the white ones, which may or may not have oral cancer implications, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
There's nothing positive about those things at all. I mean, literally nothing, let alone the risk of cancer.
Yeah.
Good.
What a board for
fours.
Mars in here. Overpair.
Yeah.
How do you find an overpair? That's
How do you
when
find
you know
an
it could be
overpair?
your tournament.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's very tough.
My name is on this.
Yeah. When you start to get these boards.
Yep. Maximise.
And you've won the ace-3 versus the tens. I mean, you'd be inhumane if you weren't thinking, okay, this is mine for the taking here.
Yeah, and it's gone bet fold. Well, check bet fold. I think I think you're right. The standout player has been Samuel, and every other player has made some kind of error along the way. In some cases, it's benefited them. In most cases, it's been against them. But Gregor is the most experienced player on the table. He's survived. He could have been out 2 or 3 times up till now. Found a way of staying in, which is absolutely crucial in any tournament. Sometimes you've just got to hang in. Was he down to 2.5 big blinds at one point? I think.
Yeah, he wants color up from this one. That's fine.
Yeah, he was scrapping around short, that's for sure. I'm not sure how short he was, but definitely has his work cut out.
Shove with an ace on the button. Wow, has Gregor picked up a hand? No. I thought he picked up a rather nice hand with his expression, but not that he has any expressions. It's very hard to read, player.
No, rather stoic.
Stoic is the word. I don't know what that is in French, but it's probably stoic. Probably the same.
Stoiche. Or with a Q-U-E.
Stoic.
I'd have my money on stoic. There's a lot of the European words. I mean, I'm learning Portuguese at the moment, living in Brazil, and there's a lot of, when I watch, let's say, Netflix with the Portuguese subtitles, that's been quite a nice way to pick up some lingo, and you can see old words from our vocabulary, or maybe words that have parallels with the French vocabulary as well, start to pop up.
Yeah, possibly. And you may even be right. It's stoic. with the QUE. Very good. So I looked it up.
I'll take that one. Lovely.
Yeah.
Gregor's not so stoic now with the 9-4. He's given something back.
Marsan, no mucking about. Didn't even need to play his ace-jack there. The other players just knew. Doing some colour-ups. There's a player I know who, I think I mentioned him last night, Jacarama, and he loves his piles of chips, and he will not give them up for colouring up in any tournament. He says nope. He keeps them in 10s, a little like Marsan kept his, although he's doing it in 20s. But it's quite funny. He likes having lots of chips.
What's his playing style?
Calling
tight?
machine. Absolute calling. No,
Okay.
he's absolute, especially in Omaha. He literally plays in it. I mean, to be honest, I also play nearly every hand, so it's not a criticism at all. It's just a style. He calls much more than me. I will quite often make a play or a raise, but he very rarely raises. He just calls the whole time. Sometimes with draws, sometimes with the hand, and he's very lucky. He, can make plays that you technically don't think are very good, and then finds a way of getting there. He's very brave, so he never worries about putting his chips in. So he's certainly got courage, but he overcalls, I would say. That's if I'm going to be critical. But we usually have a percentage of each other because we've known each other so long. So we'll have 10% of each other in these regular London PLO tournaments. And he's come out
And you're
to play the
watching
mixed
him
games.
in every pot, just praying that he finds some kind of way to do it.
Well, I'm rather focused on my game, but he's coming out to Milan in March. We've got a fantastic March Monday madness. We've got 3 days of wonderful mixed games in Lake Como in a fantastic restaurant. He's coming out from London with me with a few other players. And Franca from the festival is also going to come for the weekend. And he's adding some value festival weekend tickets for all the Italians, plus a few Brits and a couple of Scandies. Fantastic weekend. It's not about the money, it's about camaraderie and fun games. It's like €50 buy-in, €30 for an amazing dinner. Best pasta and risotto and Fiorentina anywhere. Really, really good food. So looking forward to that when I get back from Asia. Marsan, any ace here with four-handed is going to be raising. Some point Samuel's going to slap him back, I think, at some point with the right hand. Not sure this is the right hand, but does look like he's slapping him back. Wow. What does A7 do now? Very interesting play. Look at this. 7.2 million. I love this. It may go wrong, but I really like the intention.
Me too.
I mean,
I think this is a good hand
just,
as well.
Yeah?
It's a good hand to do it with. You block some of the stronger hands. You don't care if you get 4-bet with Queen Jack off. If you do this with a hand like King Queen suited, you're wasting a lot of equity when your opponent's got Jacks 10s, Ace 10 suited that might shove. So, yeah, it's just a great move. Leveraging his big stack, leveraging the advantage, applying pressure on second in chips. There's just so many good things to note about a hand like that, and it shows a lot of competence and a lot of razor focus at the table as well. And I think that he is definitely knocking on the door to start running away with this with moves like that.
Yeah, very impressive. I don't want to say I told you so, but I predicted it when he was on 10 million. Anyway.
Yeah, I think if there was a betting market, they'd be suspended for you right now.
I'd have loaded on at about 6 to 1. It probably would have been about that price. I got the first contestant of Big Brother back in the day. The Carpenter guy, 10 to 1. Very pleased with that. That's Scouser.
Do you tend to bet on reality TV and these kind of side markets?
I quite like fun bets. It's not for money, really. I just like fun bets to test my analytic skills in things like politics and... reality TV is an interesting one to bet because it's trying to work out how the audience sees what's going on and also how the editing affects or disaffects people. So I find that quite interesting, just trying to work through the logic and analysis of that. And I used to bet a lot on cricket, but I won quite a lot and got banned from the two sites that I was betting on. Unfortunately, I did get the money out.
Cricket is quite obscure. Cricket is quite obscure in terms of I do sports betting, and we tend to ban the cricket guys because there's a lot of the time they're watching the games, they understand a lot of the intricacies with the batsman, the way the pitch is, like what the conditions are, and that can be quite difficult to price when you've also got 1,000 games of football on that you need to trade at the same time. So the cricket stuff can be quite lucrative for the sharp eye.
Well, I was finding very, very good value in markets that a market maker was putting out who didn't really understand what they were doing. And they were weird markets. They were multipliers. So there were certain result multiplied by another result. And they were pricing it at about 600, just to give a figure. So, I don't know, 200 times 3 or whatever it might be. It was more like 50 times 30, something like that, whatever 600 is. And I would work through the match and the conditions, and I know my cricket very well, and I'm coming up at about like 1200 is should be the line. So I'm obviously buying at 600 on these index sites and winning 4 out of 5. And we got an all-in and a call. Borja has made a move with Jack 9.
The undoing.
And my man Samuel has him totally crushed with ace 9. Borja did a little expression of c'est la vie in Spanish. Que sera, sera. Oh, wow. The jack has hit. Samuel looking sick as a dog. Borja has hit very well. Wow.
Yeah, needs an ace.
Only card. Yeah, not one yet, but the only card to hit was the jack. Wow, and a double up. Still in the game. He has done very well from his all-ins. He's doubled up nearly every time and has not necessarily had the best hand every time. Wow.
Yeah, it's been clean as a whistle for Borja, and that just highlights it right there. I mean, Jack 6-4 rainbow, you couldn't ask for anything better unless you flop trip jacks or the straight. It's just incredible. And that just goes to show, there is a lot of skill in poker, but no one can really will in the amount of all-ins that he's... Yeah, exactly. And he's done a good job of keeping his head above water. He's made some aggressive plays. He's made some extremely bizarre plays, but this one seemed fair with the Jack 9. Only one player to get through, four-handed, 2 big blinds out there, runs into the better hand and takes it down nonetheless.
At least he didn't thump the table on that one. I think he knew he got very lucky. Now, how will Samuel recover from losing 10 million in one hand with much the better hand? Just calling, I think. Lines very high, 500k, 1 million. Samuel got Gregor crushed. Doesn't mean he'll win the pot, but don't think Gregor's going to get out of line, but he may look at making a raise here. He may smell weakness. Wow, good poker.
Yeah, a nice aggressive move there from Gregor's. Gets the job done. A hand that doesn't really have any post-flop playability, so he's turned it into a bluff, and to good effect in this occasion. Samuel with the ace-jack, after taking a bit of a rough one there, ace-9 versus jack-9, now looking to try and fight back with a strong holding four-handed. Will be very happy to call one of the shorter stacks here, I think, even though it would be for the large portion of his chips.
Ace-5 on the button may look very attractive to Gregor here. Would ace-jack be snapping an all-in push?
I think so. I think four-handed, you just don't really have the option.
It's too strong.
I don't think Gregor's going all in. I think he's going to go for a three-bet here.
I think those are the big chips, aren't they? The new ones. When we've coloured up the green.
1 million,
So
yeah.
Yeah, 1 million. So he's up to 5 million. Samuel's got the perfect amount to 4-bet this. All-in announced. And Gregor snap folds. Very nice.
Yep,
Lovely pick
again.
up there.
Yeah, just showing his awareness, realizing that we're playing four-handed now, ace-jack from the cutoff versus a player that has been seen to find some aggression. You know, the queen-jack lead on 6-5-4
Yep.
earlier springs to mind.
Yep.
He's certainly capable. The other players would have done their research on the breaks if they had chosen to. I think it's the smart play in these kind of streamed final tables. And there you have it. A nice pickup there, and uses that information to good use, picks up 5 million, and all of a sudden, even though he's doubled up Borgia, he's got half of it back in one hand without any showdown.
Yeah, it's a big pickup at this point with the blinds really, really crushing. 500, 1 million, and most of the players have got between 15 and 20 big blinds. Samuel making up the blind, but Gregor has a very playable 9-10 here, four-handed. Although our stats show Queen 3 is ahead of 10-9, I know which hand I'd rather have.
Yeah, that's for sure. The 10-9 is so much more playable.
Of course, Samuel then hits a backdoor flush and a pair on the board. This is where margins are really interesting, is you know, you're not talking about everyone having big hands, and it's often very small margins that make a huge difference. I hope this isn't Gregor's dating face, because it's not going to do him any favours.
You'd be struggling to get a second date with that kind of stoicism.
Whereas I think Samuel, second date man, got it written all over him. That Souchon
yeah, he's a closer, that's
jumper.
for sure.
He's a closer. The Souchon approach he has, with the casual jumper draped around his shoulders, or his, what's the shoulder? Épice? Something like that. I like this boy. And he hasn't, you know, it can be very hard. You lose a big pot like he lost when he was favourite. And there's two ways of going. You can get very pissed off at life and poker and how unfair it is, and let it really consume you. And I don't know what's going on in his head, obviously, but I haven't seen any signs outwardly
Agreed.
that it's affected him. He's just, you know, carrying on playing the best poker he can. We talked earlier about being present in the moment, and I think he's very much doing that.
Yeah, he's basically omnipresent, isn't he? He's aggressive. His moves have been well thought out, calculated. The timing has been good, and I think timing and presence play a very similar role in poker. When you're present, you're able to rely on better timing because your instincts are so much more dialed in from all of the data that you've been scraping from your opponents, and that's a very subconscious thing, but it definitely, when you watch it as a commentator, it comes into play and affect quite a lot. Now
Gregor has an interesting challenge here with the king queen and the small blind. Probably looking at a shove. I don't think it's a hand quite good enough to play too slowly. Yeah. Wow. And this is a call. This is a hand that can call full-handed. Ace-3 suited.
Certainly is.
And he's got double the stack of Gregor. I think he's calling as well. Marcin knows where he is. He knows his way around the poker table. And his ace-3 is really suited. Probably too strong to fold. Doesn't mean he wins the pot, but I think it's the right call. Nope, security's here. And he has called. We are 2 to the flop. And one player is very interested in this, and he's standing up. Did you hear that? He said, "I am lucky and you are lucky." So that's 1-1 on that one. He's kind of right. Oh, there's the ace from space.
Wow.
I think it's game over. Gregor, I would say your choice is finished in 4th.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs a picture card and quick. Oh, there is one.
Jack.
10 is the Broadway. Gives him a jack, at least a little sweat for the pole.
Not too much.
Not to be.
So 4th place finish for Gregor. Played a very good game. Three players left. We are at the final stages. I don't know if they're going to talk a deal. I'm not even sure what the rules are here. Some places have rules, but there is our chip leader now, Marcin. Samuel, my boy, is in 2nd, and Borja, who has laddered an awful lot, really. I think he's made about 3 or 4 places.
He's done very well.
Yeah, 740,000 guaranteed. That's a very, very healthy amount of money for any player. That's a guarantee of nearly 70,000 euros for 3rd place. Marcin with the big one, the big slick ace-king. He'll put maximum pressure on, I think, with this. I'd like to see a raise and let Bourgeois get it in. Oh, he's even cuter. He's just calling. I'm not sure that's a good play. He's allowing Bourgeois to hit a flop. Luckily, he hasn't.
Yeah, or try and lure him into action.
Possibly, but I think a small raise would have done that more effectively than the flat call. But he took it down with a bet on the flop. Probably had the best hand anyway in his mind. He would have found out quite quickly.
So Marcin up against Samuel, pair versus pair. Marcin's, of course, better. Let's see how he navigates the flop here. Is he going to be looking to check back? Or is he going to go for a small bet, which is the conventional method?
I think he's probably gone for about 2. Yeah, just under 1.7. And I don't think Samuel's folding his pair.
Yeah, got to stick around for one here.
Reevaluate on the turn. That's not a great card for him. Not a great card for Jacks either, to be fair. Ah, probably is. You'd think if Samuel had the ace, Marcin would have heard about it. Got to feel fairly confident as Jacks are winning. Checks behind. Might get paid from that play.
He may do. Slightly deceptive check back there, although he feels like he doesn't want to, the introduction of the backdoor flush draw. A straight emerges, although 4 deuce is quite unlikely. 7-4 suited could be in there.
And the flush could be there as well.
Just playing a little bit of protection. Yeah, the backdoor clubs. He's got the jack of clubs and Samuel here. Be interesting if Marcin goes for a small bet. Would Samuel turn that king of clubs into a check raise? We don't get to see it, and Marcin is going to pick up another pot and increase that chip lead now. 57 million almost. What a stack.
Yeah, he is timed his run very, very well. Pair of ducks for Samuel now. 2s in the small blind. Looks like he's made a call. And Marcin is in no mood to give any chink here, even with the Queen 4 makes the raise.
Certainly not.
I think he's pushing, I think. Excellent. Wow. He has shown the absolute best poker instincts. I mean, that's a fabulous play to pick up 5 million in effect at no risk. He has a pair behind him. If he does get called, he still has a pair. It's a lovely play. Really like that. He for me, he has been the best player by far on this table.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that, that's for sure.
It's actually enjoyable to see this level of poker because often on the tables I work on, final tables around Europe, you get quite a mix of abilities and you don't get to see the sophistication that we've seen at some of this final table. So it's good to see. Enjoyable.
Absolutely. It's good to see this level of poker being played and executed. And that is what you do tend to see in the late stages of final tables, especially high rollers, where the field is much more congested with regular players, players that are battling around the circuit. And that level has certainly shone through here.
A big jump between third and second, something like 20,000 euros. Ace jack shove, we'll get through. I think we're going to see quite a lot of A bit of a shove fest, certainly from Borja.
Yeah.
Any kind of big hand, he's going to be putting it in. Nice tinkle of the ivories in the background. It's a beautiful casino. There's not many as stunning as this, except the one I went to last month, Murcia, Odisea in Murcia. What a beautiful casino that is. The restaurant tables are in like gilded cages. It's just very, very, and the bar is stunning. Ace 10, also stunning on the small blind.
Certainly is for Samuel. He's got the big stack of Marcin to contend with. Does he go for the raise here or just continue to play the
I think he's doing his
defensive
trappy. He's
Yeah.
doing his trappy routine. Marcin not falling for anything at the moment. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of this tactic. I probably am now. Top pair and a hidden one against second pair, so Marcin's not going anywhere quite yet.
Yeah, likely to get some action here.
Yeah. Very hard for Marcin to put him on an ace.
Five on the
Dangerous for
turn brings
both
a double
players.
flush draw. Yeah, straights. It's not an ideal card for either
Yeah.
player, really. I mean, maybe Marcin doesn't mind it as much, but Samuel's definitely going to be feeling a little bit suspect about the emergence of the 5 here. 9-8, 8-4, 4-3, 7-5, 6-5, all improve.
Can Marcin take advantage of the turn and represent a better hand? That's a horrible card for both players. The straights made, the spades are made. Are we going to see Samuel betting now? Wow.
Wow, this is
you know what?
very impressive.
Okay. I'm wondering if he's betting. That's fantastic. He's got called. Wow, great bet. I mean, a very brave bet, to be quite honest. He felt or knew that Marcin didn't have enough of that board. Wow.
Yeah, that's top level of poker there. Betting top pair on the 4-liner so confidently with such conviction and was absolutely spot on.
We have pay jumps of around 20 and 30,000 between third, second and first. And of course the all-important trophy. Might be a camel. I love these lanterns around the table. It just makes... It's kind of a great vibe for playing poker, I think. Marcin with the big hand. Samuel with a pair. This could go. This could go ballistic.
Borgia's all in. Is he all in with King 7? Surely
I
not.
think he's all in with King 7, and he's getting the 4s will fall, but the Ace King snapping. Well, Bullshit
Wow.
has been all in with the worst hand about 4 times. This is not new. I don't know quite how he's got to the top 3. I'm going to be
This
harsh.
is quite a spectacular blow up with the King 7. Even a wry smile from Martin as if to say, what the hell is going on here? And at least now on this board, even if he hits the 7, Martin can still hit an ace or a king to take the lot. And there it is. Almost job done for the pole. Going to be taking a huge and is taking a massive advantage into the heads up. Wow.
No, actually, close. Could have. Come on, take it back and put it in.
You want to see numbers now?
You'll have to give me some extra. A little bit, but you'll have to give me a bit extra. Okay, we can take a look.
I think they are discussing a potential deal.
Okay, yeah, we can leave. Something?
Sounded like Marcin wanted a little bit more of the share. He feels like he might have the edge, and you know, as you should as a professional, you've got to back yourself. Otherwise, what's the point in regging the tournament?
He's got 50% bigger stack anyway, so it's not like, I don't know what the ICM deal would be. There's 90. What is left? 94,127. So there's only 35,000 to play with. It's not going to need to give away too much of that, I don't think. Maybe 115, but they're off to discuss a deal, and we will go on a break for 5 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to be continuing now with the heads up.
Yep.
And it's going to be Marcin versus Samuel, two of the standout players, so very well deserved. Marcin, of course, the benefactor of the ace-3 versus the 10s, a critical hand on this final table that sent JA almost crippled and almost to the rail. The job was done shortly after, and since then he's been absolutely flying. I believe he's got about a 2-1 chip lead, JJ.
About 50% more, so not quite, about 1.5 to 1. But apparently a deal was discussed, but no deal has been agreed. They could, of course, split the money and paid for the trophy or made some kind of ICM deal, but no deal has been agreed, so we are playing on for the win, for the trophy, for the big money. I'd estimate this will be about half an hour to an hour long, going on what we've seen so far. They're both good players, both know where they are, not overcommitted like a couple of other players that we've seen so far, so I expect this to be a very good heads up.
Yeah, it was just the undoing of Borgia there with the King-7, a completely unnecessary move with an unnecessary hand, and I think he'd kind of run his luck up to that point and just couldn't find it anymore. The Jack-9 versus the Ace-9 of Samuel was another key turning point. Just very hard to be winning those multiple times in a row.
Yeah, for sure. This isn't exactly a matchup. Ace-King against 7-2. If we can hear all the noise in the background, it must be quite noisy for them. I know this table is slightly set outside of the main casino, but there's a lot of activity behind the screen.
Yeah, we can't see behind the table, so it could be that there's quite a boisterous rail. Okay, we can start to see a few people milling around with like some fairly loose activity there.
I don't really mind. You just shut it out and get on with the job at hand, to be honest.
Yeah, I quite like a little bit of background music. I think when it's stone silent, that can sometimes be a little bit unnerving, but just to have that kind of casino background noise, it makes you feel like, you know, you're part of something and you're not just in a dark room playing for tens of thousands of euros, which is exactly kind of what the predicament is for these two players.
Yep. Neither player anywhere near this flop. Samuel bluffing with the best hand and taking it down.
Yeah, a little stab representing a king, a jack, some kind of interaction. He had absolutely none of it, but that just goes to show, just in that small hand there, how the differences of heads-up poker with an ante do come into play. You know, you've just got to be prepared to play basically the entire deck. You're getting a great price from the button, also the small blind in this format, as JJ mentioned earlier in our heads-up bout. Just going to be seeing real wide-range versus wide-range poker, and very much the purest form of the game. You've got to be super creative, super aggressive, and just find ways to win as many pots as possible.
So who do you think that, with that in mind, who do you think it favours out of these two players?
Samuel, to be honest. I think Marcin is selective, but not necessarily overly aggressive. Although if he's going to get flops like this, it could be quite easy for him. But I think Samuel's going to chip away. If he can manage to not lose a huge pot here, you know, the 4 of hearts, for example, on the turn would just be absolutely catastrophic.
Marcin not only has the chip lead, he has the lead on this board. Not just the lead, he really is big favourite, 90% favourite. And now only a 7
ask for a worse turn card.
Yeah.
for Samuel. He's going to really stick around now. He's actually going to lead with the 7 here. A little bit of protection, bit of value. Doesn't want a hand like King 9, allowing it not to check back. King 8, you know, all the gut shots are going to continue as well. It's a very bold play. It definitely has some merit in heads up. The 7 is going to be best more often than not. And Marcin now with the flush draw to boot. It's quite a nice one just to call. It's basically a trap.
And
you're not worried about the 9.
Yep. You could call that a blocker bet as well in terms of the amount, just to stop a bigger bet coming in from Marcin.
Yeah, very true.
I'd like to see a value bet here. 2.53 million. I think he's going to check. He's going to play it safe. And there's nothing wrong with that. No complaints.
So limp on a check, 2 pretty strong hands for heads up. The ace versus the 10-9. 10-9 flopping a gut shot. So far it's just about going Marcin's way with the jack 3 there versus the 7-4. It's a nice pot to pick up. A couple of bets going in. Flush draw for Samuel, the nut flush draw. Kind of interesting, as ace high is often going to be good. So does he want to try and get value from a worse heart here? It's very possible. Small sizing, 1.2 million. Could also apply some pressure to a deuce. And just taking it down.
Samuel now with a dominating ace-king against king 5.
Yeah, this could be a way to get back. Let's see if he does go for the 3-bet. You assume it's coming, something around sort of 9-10 million.
9, yeah. I don't think Marcin will continue with his king 5. I think he will certainly read that Samuel is not at it, as he was, to be fair. King 5. Not a classic raising hand.
level, but we skip it, right? Yes. Unless we play for like 2 hours, then maybe we make it.
And again, Samuel showing that awareness with the big blind ante, just how wide even 8 deuce is a VPIP in these spots. You need to find a way to play every hand. Marcin, though, getting busy with the 4-3.
Very nice.
And it gets the
Love
fold.
that. Love that 3-bet. Both players showing really good instincts. So this is going to be... I wouldn't want to call it, actually. Now we have these two playing. I went for Samuel earlier, and even if he finishes second,
Marcin.
I'm happy with that. But Marcin is equally adept, I think.
Starting to show his comfort even in this format as well. Some very strong plays earlier on, and he's following that up with a good showing so far in the heads up.
I think he's just flat called on the button. Both players hit this flop. Top pair for Samuel, who's doing a cheeky check. Marcin, a equally cheeky check behind. Could be betting that. Oh, 3-4 for Marcin. That is an awful card for Samuel. Awful card. He's going to feel so confident that his king is ahead at the moment. Wow. Nice smooth call would be the way of playing this in my book. I don't really want to raise here, but mind you, against the king, might well get a call.
Diamond on the river makes things a little awkward.
Yeah, we slow down. Yeah. It's not going to deter Samuel. I don't think
still trying to get value from a 9, mostly.
Yeah. Snap
Marcin
call.
just snap calling
big bet.
Versus the big bet.
8.3 million. Very big bet.
Yeah, I think he might have found a way to find a raise versus a half pot or a small block sizing, but versus that sizing, I think Samuel's slightly overrepresenting his hand there.
I mean, he
it's
was
quite greedy to go for pot versus the 9.
Marcin piling up those big chips. And now he's at least 2-1. Maybe more. Another hand he could get in serious trouble with.
Yeah,
Jack
Queen
9
Jack versus Jack
massively.
9 is...
Wow.
It's just all going in Marcin's direction at the moment.
It really is. He's actually 3-1. Are we going to see a call? No, we're going to see a fold. Well, good play. At least you folded. So dumb. Both players with the same holding. Backdoor spades for Samuel. Both players with bottom pair. Dangerous board. Ace.
Yeah, tricky one to navigate here. I think it would just go check, check.
Both gonna, I think they're both smart at that one. At least they should. All in announced with 10-7 suited. Samuel cannot call with that hand. Great instincts there again by Marsan. Well, to be honest, they've both shown good instincts, so there's no issue either way there. All in and announced again, I think. This time with the 8-7. Dominating the ace-5. Not that he knew it, but he is on the right side of most of these heads-up hands, one way or other.
Yeah, this is what dreams are made of, to get things underway in the heads up. I mean, certainly if you start to lose a few chips when you come in with the 1.5 to 1 advantage, it can feel a little bit like you're looking over your shoulder, but he's got his sights firmly set on the trophy right now, and his opponent only has 15 big blinds. Queen Jack suited, this could be a shove as well, and is Samuel going to limp call a hand like King 10? Interesting. I'm surprised he didn't just shove free. Yeah.
I don't think Martin's shoving either. All in announced.
Wow, and we do have a confrontation here, JJ.
We do. Player at risk is Samuel with the King 10 offsuit, winning at the moment. Are we going to see the end of this tournament?
What a
Two
start.
clubs for the Queen Jack. Wow. Samuel not looking too happy.
Queen Jack or a club to hit to secure the high roller trophy for Marcin.
I think this is going Samuel's way. Oh, Marcin is praying.
There it is.
No, Queen. Wow.
Queen on
There
the river.
he is.
And
in his
yeah,
Moroccan
Albus Dumbledore
outfit.
takes it down.
Obi-Wan Kenobi Nobi. Very good. First place to Marsan, no deal. Massive win, 1.36 million dirham, which translates to real money, 127,000 euros. Congratulating there by the tournament director. It's been real, it's been a lot of fun. Very good final table actually, and I would say that, say that with all honesty. Both George and I have worked on final tables that really, you know, make you fall asleep. And this one had a really good moments. All players shone at certain times, but it's Marsan the Pole who puts his ring on and shows his mate. That's wonderful. What a lovely thing to do. We will see you, I think, on Saturday for day 2 of the main event, and then the final on Sunday. Until then, it's a good night from me, JJ Hazan, and it's a good night
and it's
from
good
him.
night from me. Absolutely, sir. See you on Saturday and tune in over the weekend.
Bad two Ronnie's sketch. All the best, everyone.
All candles.
Cheers. Yeah.
Cheers.
Okay.
Ouais, juste on compte les... C'est chaud? Alors, facile comme ça. 20, 40, 50, 60 millions. 70. C'est 20 millions, 20 millions, 40 millions. 30, pardon, 40, 89, 500, 90 millions, 100 000. Parfait. Bon. Ouais, alors.
Je suppose que tu as parlé du photo avec Amagana en passant. La photo avec Amagana, je pense.
Ouais, c'était. Ça va être 7. C'est cool en plus. On est en face ou pas là?
T'es fort à ça? T'es fort à ça, je te laisse faire. Si je refais derrière toi, c'est que...
Non, c'est pas le dîner, c'était un break. Non, mais je voulais voir, je voulais confirmer avec eux. On est comment là, visuellement? Enfin, je vois là. C'est bien ou pas?
Les verts ensemble comme ça,
Pourquoi tu voulais mettre lesquels?
bon, maintenant ça aura pas un changement de couleur. Maintenant, je pense.
C'est bien visuellement là devant toi?
Ouais, c'est bon. Vas-y, c'est bon.
Elle leur fera s'il veut.
il est juste à bâtonnier. Ah mais là on fait sans la lumière, avec Jean-Alexandre on fait ça.
Si tu veux rajuster.
Merci. Please have a seat. C'est Jean-Alexandre.
Which finger? That's it.
Which one? Le plus fort. I will introduce you to Jean-Alexandre.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
This was luck for you.
Yes, it was, definitely.
Okay, please have a seat and show your ring. Okay.
Okay, just in like 2 minutes, my girlfriend should be here. So.
Yes, of course.
Vous êtes libre toute la soirée. Je vous laisse tranquille jusqu'à demain.
Super.
Et bonne soirée, continuez.
Hi, just for me it's a video, so
Okay.
when I come at this 1, 2, 3, can you show me the video?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Il est bien placé. Allez-y.
Okay.
Sans la lumière.
Oh, I should look at the camera. Yeah.
Again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the ring is here again. 1, 2. Yeah. Again, last one.
Maybe one with the hood on. I'm not gonna sell it for sure.
Okay.
Merci. I will light this careful to you. Please.
And just the last time for me,
Okay.
can you throw the card
In the
here? Yes.
Okay, so
here.
here.
Yeah. Okay,
And the ring as well?
keep. No, just.
Okay, just the cards.
And keep your look here. Not here. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, again. 3, 2. Perfect. Next.
Just a second, I'm calling her because... Okay, just a second, please.
C'est un poil plus haut, en fait. Ouais, c'est ça. Ça manque de...
Okay, one more time with the flaps, yes?
Same. Yes. Thanks.
No chodź tu. Może bez telefonu? Co zrobiłem? A jak myślisz? No. Czarodziej.
Masz jakąś wodę?
Nie mam. Uśmiech.
Big smile. You are on TV. C'est bien cadré avec le... One, two. Quickly. You can scream, huh? Yeah!
Widzę bardziej w to nie możliwe, że ode mnie. Gdzie ty byłeś?
Okay, merci. Now we'll take just a last one photo, you alone.
Okay.
And after you are free.
I thought she just ran from the room, but she ran from a restaurant.
First time in Morocco. Thank you, merci. Thank you very much. Congratulations again. I will send you all the photos on WhatsApp. I will contact you in a few weeks. That's for you for the...
Okay, thank you.
The pair will be with my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Je l'avais donné à Len. Ouais, carrément.
Certains lieux marquent les esprits et laissent sur les êtres des traces indélébiles. Les chemins retrouvent leur sens, les jardins retrouvent leur couleur. C'est une échappée belle dans nos souvenirs, une traversée au fil d'un océan de mémoire. Les voûtes et courbes nous enrobent dans un univers débordant d'histoire et de culture. Le soleil illumine nos instants de bonheur, de plénitude et de douceur. Ici, les séjours y sont uniques et authentiques. Sous nos pieds, le marbre et les mosaïques soulèvent nos corps légers. Les couleurs et saveurs font leur retrouvaille avec notre palais. Le doux parfum des délices culinaires se faufile à travers nos sens. Le savoir-faire d'un serveur d'exception. Une expérience inoubliable qui nous ressemble et nous rassemble. Les rencontres, du hasard, des visages, des regards. L'envie d'un avenir commun se dessine à travers les souvenirs. La musique donne une âme à nos cœurs et des ailes à nos pensées. Au travers des notes, les hommes se libèrent et s'envolent au sein de moments féeriques. Ce lieu ne nous a jamais quittés. On y revient toujours.